afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. Welcome. Good to see you all. It is Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, 1:02 p.m. We'll call our meeting to order. Welcome to everyone, board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff that are here present and or online. Welcome. Good to see you all. And to any guests that may be present online or in person, thank you for being here. We will start with our board norms and protocols as we do at every board meeting. Before I do that, just a reminder, if anyone needs language interpreters that are here present in the boardroom, we do have interpretation available today. If you have some interpreting needs, let us know. We'll make sure that we have someone available to help support you with that. So again, we will read our board norms and protocols as we do at every meeting. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, to follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, to never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district. Read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings, and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield, and to staff. I know several of you had to move your schedule around as principals are back and folks are coming back for the school year, so we appreciate you all making some adjustments so we can have a thoughtful conversation today for our board meeting. So with that, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr. present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve today's regular agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Just a reminder, board, and I know it's in the agenda, but we will make sure we do all the budget conversations at the beginning. We'll take a quick break at around 4, and then we will reconvene after that at 5-ish, at 5 for the remainder of our meeting. So just as a reminder of how we're structured. Yes, and as a reminder, RSP is here. This will be here this afternoon at 3 o'clock to give part of their conversation, and we'll have a conversation around the RSP presentation at 3 o'clock today as well. So just a reminder of how we're flowing today. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Okay, I will hand this off to Dr. Stubblefield to set the stage on our conversation today. A reminder, and thank you, everybody. Thank you, Ms. Downing and Ms. Smith. I know board members submitted your questions. There were lots of questions that were sent. Everyone should have received responses to the questions that were submitted with responses, so hopefully you had a chance to review some of that. There's a lot of information around the budget, so hopefully you had a chance to review all the budget documents as well. Thank you to staff for putting all of that together. I know it's part of the work that has to happen, but especially the responses to the questions, just to clarify what's going on. So we appreciate the time that it took for all of you to submit that, and it will help us have a good conversation today. So Dr. Stubblefield, if you wouldn't mind just kind of setting stage for us.
Good afternoon, everyone. First, I just want to share that we did provide, we updated the budget presentation document so that as you're looking at the department budgets, you would have a reference to like what was shared previously regarding reductions that have already been made, and information about the mill levy. If you like, we can walk through that quickly, but also we just wanted to make sure you have as much time as you need. There's no recommended action around this item. It really is for discussion and information. This is just a reminder that the adopting the budget and those components will take place on September 9th. Is that correct, Ms. Kaiser? Yes. So this really is for discussion, information. If there's stuff that, items that are information we need to bring back, we can look at the upcoming meetings or at a meeting to discuss. So I just wanted to lay the groundwork for item A.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. So you do have the board presentation available to, or the budget presentation, I'm sorry, the budget presentation in Diligent Board. Hopefully you had a chance to review that. Again, no action is being requested of the board today, but really an opportunity to dive into some of the budget questions you might have, that we have as a board as we continue to set our budget for the upcoming year. So with that, board, are there any questions on the PowerPoint presentation around the 25-26 budget that has been updated? Any questions on that? I don't believe that we're going to go through it slide by slide unless the board would like for our team, our staff to do that. But are there any questions on the budget presentation? Mr.
I
Mylan?
do have a question, since we're on the budget. Now, clarity for me, will we, as a group, as a board, discuss the board budget more in detail and in depth among ourselves in executive session before we take this to a vote September 9th, or what, are we just going to review it on our own?
Yeah, so the board budget specifically, or the entire, but you're speaking specifically about our budget, right? The board budget?
Yes.
So we won't, that is a part of open conversation, so we'll review that openly and have conversation around board budget. If there are any questions around the budget, specifically the board's budget, we would have that. Now would be, or today would be an appropriate time to do that. We would do that in open session. We did discuss it at the retreat a little bit. There was some discussion at the last board meeting with some questions around the board budget as well. So conversations, unless it's something specifically that would fall in Greg, Mr. Goheen would tell us if there was something appropriate that falls under executive session content. Otherwise, conversation on the board budget would be an open discussion.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
So I want to go back to the presentation piece that you asked around,
Yeah.
do we want to go through the your question is, do we want to go through the presentation? That's your question?
Yeah, I mean, yes, if there are board members or the board as a whole wants to have the presentation, have someone to go through the presentation slide by slide, we can certainly do that. It's there for our review, and so, but if there were no questions or if the board did not want to review it, we didn't have to. We can dive into the conversation around some of the department budgets and the other budget. But certainly if any board member or the board as a whole would like to see the presentation, we can certainly do that. I think staff is prepared.
I don't have a question about the contents of the presentation. My question is more about the budgetary aspects of it. So the board did the process of identifying our priorities. We then got the sheet of paper that said, this is what it would cost. And I guess for me, the conversation that I'm having with myself and when I'm looking at the budget items is where those things align and like where we added more dollars. So I think the number one across the board was the board wanted our police department to have more educational, this is just the example I'm using, more educational opportunities. So within the police budget was educational community events, something that increased because that was a priority of the board. So we're setting the vision, but did those individual department budgets reflect that? That's where I'm like I'm having to go back and individually put all of the pieces. And actually for the police department, they reduced their community. So those two things don't add up to me. And so that's where I'm struggling, where they're saying, oh yes, we're gonna do more things, but you reduced your food cost and your like community engagement pieces. And so I think that's where I am in this process, because if our board priorities don't match our budget, then we're not on the same, we're all on different tracks.
Right, so just a point of clarification. I don't, like, last year, I'm not sure what events or what things took place. I can't speak to that. But Most budgets, you would see lines reduced unless there was something there because of us wanting to balance the budget, but it does not mean that they can't do events. So everybody's food and travel budget was reduced in order for us to be with where the dollars were with the additional costs. There are things that they can do and more community things that they can do that may be cost neutral or no cost at all, or tag on to other events. So that can still be a priority without adding additional money. So if you're gonna add additional money, this is where this discussion has to take place, because we have to take it from somewhere, because there's not just a pot of money that we can allocate
Right.
to it. And given,
I think what
yeah.
I'm saying in this process is that whether it be in those budget summaries that people did where they had this addition or they had the subtraction, at least specifically for the board priorities and the things that this entire group decided on, it would be nice to have, even if I reduce my community engagement budget, we plan to collaborate on, with the school buildings on title nights or whatever, where they already have food, where they already have people to be in the buildings. Like, I think I'm looking for those tangible things, because then later on, I can't come back and say, hey, this is what the board said we wanted, and someone say, well, we didn't have the money to do it. And so I guess I'm not trying to put the cart before the wagon, but it also is like those two things have to happen. Otherwise, later on, the reason is gonna be, we reduced our budget and we didn't have the money. And so I'm trying to balance.
So, and I think specifically in the case with the police department, with the transition and a new chief, like, we can go back, like, you're not making, so that is something that we can go back and update, because you're not approving the budget today or doing anything to that extent. So they can go back and explicitly talk about it, and we can provide like where that will occur at. And we will say, this is what we can do, they will say, this is what we can do within the budget. And if it's more than that, then additional dollars would have to be allocated, but it's gonna have to come from somewhere, and we can talk internally about the somewhere, or say, if you're gonna do this, you're gonna give up this over here, because we're trying
And I
to
think
say,
that's
ho.
a discussion
Yeah.
we need to have, and that's also gonna help us align our board priorities and their ability to actually occur. Because when I go to the next section, so that was safety and security, when I look at academic and curriculum, those aren't all things that like cost something, but, and maybe I'm backstepping on my thought, some of them will cost and some of them don't. Like, more opportunities for clubs during the school day. That's, in my mind, not something that costs, but something that's being built into the schedules. And so, like, just how do we connect the dots of the things we said we care about and we want to prioritize versus making sure that our budget reflects
Yeah.
that?
So that example, we did share towards the end of the year, at the end of the week, that all of the secondary schools did build club time in the schedule at least. Maybe minimally one time per month, but I think it's more than that. And they were piloting and doing it within the schedule at the end of May. So that wouldn't have necessarily been reflected on department budget documents, because that is like housed in the schools, and they did make adjustments to add club time. I think I'm almost certain it's once a week, because it's one of the FA times or WIN times or those sorts of time that they were leveraging it to add more time during the day for clubs. But I can get an update from Dr. Irvin, and we won't be in this end of the week. We can do it in a future one, as we have a few new principals coming on board. Like, as they get settled, we can provide an update before the start of the school year.
Okay, yeah, and I think we've gone through enough examples of what I'm asking for, looking for, or trying to piece together to make sure that the budget is reflective of those things, so. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Lopez, I do have a question. Could I have staff explain slide 20? About the mill levy information?
Yes. Tracy, do you want to come and talk about that? Yeah.
And I'm not questioning your numbers, but could you explain the difference, I guess, since Piper is one of the Suite 22 now, instead of Suite 16 with a higher property value, that they have a cost of living adjustment, and their valuation is much higher than KCKPS. This slide says 1 mil generates $348,000 in Piper, right?
For supplemental general fund,
Just for supplemental general fund.
correct.
What is 1 mil, then, okay, and that's what it says, valuation supplement. What does 1 mil generate then, across the board?
Because there are different valuations,
Yeah,
such as capital outlay, if they would have a TIF, a tax incentive, then that is taken off the valuation. So we'd have to compare each individual fund, each tax levying fund, to determine what 1 mil would cost.
so at this time you don't have an answer.
I do not.
Okay, that's the correct answer then, because their valuation, their property valuation is much higher than average, than KCK. And then based on this, what you're saying, Blue Valley, 1 mil equals 4.5 million, brings in KCK brings, 1 mil brings 1.2 million in our school district, and in Blue Valley's district, it brings in $4.5 million.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brantley Page. I'm sorry.
My concern, in lieu of what's happening with the Department of Education, as well as what we're waiting on from the state and find out what's going to happen with the feds, do we make adjustments in this? Because there's some major things going to happen.
Right.
And it will impair it. So will we have a new thing to show the adjustments? Because where's this money going to come from?
So,
And if we don't get it, what happens?
so this money is we're talking about general funds which come from the state. It's not the federal dollars, so that's not reflective of that. So all of this is reflective of general funds, which we will get the general funds from the state. In regards to the title federal dollars that are frozen, we are waiting to see. Title I has been released. That's all taken care of. That's our largest amount that we get from the federal government. But the rest of them, like 21st Century, Title II, and those things, we're still waiting on guidance. And right now, whether the state, the Kansas Department of Education is telling us is use carryover in the areas where you have carryover, and we do have carryover, and also, and that after that, we would come to the board once, if they haven't made a decision, once all of the carryover is gone, we would come back to the board and say, here are our options. You can use contingency where there are contracts and/or programs that we just need to stop because we have to stop them, or you could direct us to stop something else. But that would be a discussion that we would come back and have with the board. We don't have the information, and we're trying to avoid and talking through hypotheticals because then that misinformation gets out there. So right now, we have carryover, and the plan would be to use the carryover for the first few months, and we may or may not hear something. I was in DC last week with AASA as a representative from Kansas, and we did talk to several people about where they are, and what was shared with us is the same process that they did with the ESSER dollars. Some believe that's what the OMB is going to do with the federal dollars. So the assumption is, I'm not saying it's true, that similar to the ESSER dollars that just were recently released back to all entities that had them, they're anticipating the same thing will happen for this year because those dollars were already approved by Congress. Now, there were a few lines where there were no dollars allocated, so we don't know if they'll go back and fill that, but majority of, they're thinking it'll be a couple of months. There was some discussion about there may be possibly some announcements that came out at the end of last week or this week. We haven't heard anything, so we're just waiting. And the direction that they were given at that time, last week when we were there, also is to use the carryover. It's not with the Department of Education in DC, it's with the OMB, and they are reviewing the different grants, making sure that they're in compliance with the law. And that's all the information we have. So right now, we're okay because we do have carryover. We will have a better idea by the next board meeting, like if they haven't made a decision of, here's what it would mean, either we need to stop these things, or you can use contingency, or you can tell us to reduce somewhere else because these things are a priority over something else. But we're not there yet. But that's how it would have to play out. So we've talked about it, but we're not there to say we need to go use contingency, or we need direction on what's the priorities or what's most important. And we can bring a recommendation back, but it doesn't mean you have to do what we recommend either.
Well, I respect that. I just think none of us would run our houses, I would hope. You got a backup plan. I got an A, B, C. I know you don't want to share out that now, but I think we need some backup plans so we'll know which way to go. Because right now, the way the government is going, the national government, as well as the state, it's real iffy. And it's back and forth and forth and back. And we just want to make sure we cover ourselves and we have everything together.
Yeah.
I didn't
So
know
our,
we had that.
right, our backup plan is A, use contingency. If we, not use contingency, A, use carryover. If we run out of carryover, we would come and say to the board to continue these programs for this year. It costs X million of dollars. You can use contingency, and then when we're planning for the budget next year, we can restructure and have priorities. If you don't want to use contingency, we would then say we no longer will have whatever program that was funded through those grants. And so that is the plan. Like, your plan would be contingency or stopping something that's not a guaranteed contract, like for staff, for certified staff, or a contract that we've already committed to with a vendor. And so there are spaces you can say, well, we're going to stop all of this, pool this money together to take care of this. So we do have a backup plan. We just are not there to put those kind of, do you want to do this or this in front of you, because we still have carryover from those title funds.
Well, do you have a number? How much do we have in carryover?
Ms. Walker, can you share that?
And while she's walking up, so you mentioned that title dollars had been released,
Title I.
Title I.
Yes.
And so, but Title I is not a part of the 4.9 million.
Correct.
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 And so the dollars that we are talking about is the 4.9 million.
Correct.
And I guess my question after you answer her question would probably be to Tracy is, before you get to that moment, what is the number that we have in contingency? That would be my next question, but I'll let you answer the question, Ms. Pinchak.
The carryover varies from Title I, Title II, Title III, and Title IV. The amounts vary, and I could get those to you. I don't hold them on my head, but I can send them in the end of the week. They're enough for us to do our certified and classified contracts that we're obligated to for the next couple of months. We would be okay doing that with the carryover that we have. Then after that point, we would have to then, if we don't have notification of the funds being released, we would have to look into, as Dr. Stubblefield said, contingency or stopping contracts or programs that were not obligated to continue for the school year, 25, 26, because contracts are different, right, which you all understand. So it would vary. The biggest part of that 4.9 amount right now is for our 21st century grants, which are after-school programs. If I am remembering right, I think that's about 2.1 million of the 4.9. And we did have a meeting last week with KSDE. They were also in DC and working on getting funds released. And they have a plan for districts to use their carryover, for which we do have some for 21st century. And then we will meet with them, and they have carryover at the state level in that same fund. And they will be providing then some of their carryover to the 21st century grant programs across the state. Their hope is between the carryover that a district might, or a program, let's say program, the program might have, and then what they would give us would be about 50%. They could get us up to 50% of the total grant program award for this year. So that, their thought is they would create then for us an on-ramp for either the first part of the school year, and districts would make the choice of, would you run the program full-blown for the first part of the school year, halfway through, because you have 50% of your funds, or would you try to scale back your program and run the program longer, because you would only have 50% of your funds. But their hope is to provide that for the after-school programs, because that's a pretty significant programming piece in the state of Kansas, so that then we can give time for the court action. We have 24 states, Kansas is not one of them, that has sued the administration for the release of these funds under the impoundment law of, I think it's 1974, that once Congress has appropriated funding and the president has signed on it, then they're saying it's illegal for it to be impounded by the OMB director, which is what's happening now. So, the hope is that we would get some court action, funds would be released within the next month or two, and we'd be able to resume programming as planned. So we're in a little bit of a waiting period, and there will be kind of an end time up to a certain point. It's not a long waiting period where we'd have to make some additional decisions.
So you will get us that carryover?
I will, yeah, I'll send that to you at the end of the week. Just, I want to make sure it's accurate,
Okay,
you know.
we appreciate it.
Yeah, you bet. Anything else for me? Okay. Great.
And our current balance in contingency reserve is a little over 15.1 million.
I have a question. Did we use it? Oh, I'm sorry. Did we use our contingency fund last year for anything, or the year before that?
For the 24-25, we did use it for the
Security
the TIS
for
security.
TIS security.
I couldn't hear what was said.
The TIS security.
Okay. And that was for the 24-25 year. How
Correct.
much did we use at that time?
I'd have to look that up.
800,000.
It's actually.
I think it was 600 or,
It's an addition on the slide, slide number 8, it looks like, because we had to build it in the budget, is 602,000.
Yeah.
It was 602,000.
Okay, thank you.
So that was all of it, or just a portion of it for that
Yeah.
specific
For
security?
the cybersecurity, I can't recall if it was a portion or it was a portion, it was all of it. It was all of it, yeah.
Ms. Russell, you had a question?
yeah, and I apologize. I'm probably going to come back to you, Lisa, here in a minute. But the question, thank you for answering the contingency question. How is the transfer impacted in a hypothetical scenario? We move forward with the transfer, which the board already approved to balance that whole equation. But then if we also were to transfer money from contingency to cover these expenditures, is there a specific required amount that the board by policy or anything has said that the contingency needs to remain? I don't know how the transfers work and when the money comes back from that transfer to balance the budget piece, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding it all. Sorry.
No, you're fine. So if the board would choose to take money out of contingency to pay for a program, then that money is gone. It's out of contingency. We do not have any policy that I'm aware of that says we must maintain a certain amount in contingency. Of course, the state always recommends 3 months of salaries or 3 months of operating expenses is what we should have in our cash reserves. And I think ours is probably around 8%.
Okay. And then, going back to you, Lisa, we talked about the 21st Century Grant as it refers to the Kids Zone, the after-school programming, but there was another piece that we had recently added onto it, which I believe is the Schlegel Surge, the extensive piece for that program. Is that a part of that 2 million already?
be.
It just isn't?
Yes,
Okay.
it's about, if I'm remembering correctly, around 675,000 of the 2.1 million is part of that.
Okay.
You know what, it may actually be, sorry, I've had a lot
You're
of
fine.
numbers in my head. 2.1 may actually be the Kids Zone, and then the 675,000 on top of that. I can get that for you at
Okay.
the end of the week as well, just to make sure.
No, I just want to make sure that all the numbers
Yeah,
number for me.
it is
when-
4.9 with all of it together.
Okay, okay.
What we posted on the website. Those are
Okay.
the numbers that you would be looking at.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I guess, board, I am asking all of these questions not only because numbers matter, but people matter too. And I know that I heard Dr. Stubblefield say that they were going to come with a recommendation. But we also have to remember that there is a human element to this time. And while we are not creating this chaos, there are chaoses ensuing in people's households just due to the ebb and flow of all of the moving parts, whether people have jobs, whether or not people need to figure out transportation or after school. And so I guess I'm not saying we have to make a decision, but I also don't want to forget the human element of all of this piece. We know how our families show up and how the supports that they need when it comes to their kids having access to an after-school program and those types of things. And so and then also for staff, making sure that they know they have a job for this entire school year. And so I am urging all of us to look at the numbers, make sense of the numbers. I know that I will be voting that and supporting a recommendation that allows us to get through this upcoming school year and we can look forecasts in the future, but I want us all to think about not only the numbers and where we are, but also the human elements of the decisions that we make in the upcoming future. I look forward to your question, having those carryover numbers so we know exactly how much the district is looking at potentially, but I want folks, even in all this chaos, to know that they have some sort of peace, at least for 25, 26, what I can control right now, and with the best information that we have. I just don't want to create this thing where folks are dipping out just because of all of the chaos and uncertainty. So, thank you.
And I can clarify, the 21st Century is the 2.1, that's the Kids Zone and the Schlegel
Okay,
Department
put together.
program
Okay.
together.
Thank you.
Yes, you bet.
Mr. Mylan.
Mr. Lopez, that was my intent in posing that question several minutes ago. And Ms. Page asked some very pertinent questions, and Ms. Russell took the narrative even further. When do we have these discussions to talk about the things that this budget, who it's going to affect, how it's going to affect, how do we look at it to go in depth? That's why I asked the question. Are we not going to discuss this even further and get into the hardcore facts on who, when, where, and how procedures are going to go in, or we just going to get this presented to us on paper and vote September the 9th? That's my question. That's where I am, and I'm hearing the same things that, those are things I want to bring out.
Yeah, so I think there are two things happening. There's what's not, it's indirectly related because we may have to not do some things, but one of the things that we also have to be mindful of is title dollars and general dollars. We just have to be mindful of supplanting and make sure that we're not using general, like we have to get guidance on that. So that's why we're trying to keep the two separate, and we're talking about we would use carryover in contingency, and we then would probably have some guidance about whether we can use general funds, which is what we're talking about today with the budget information. So the things are happening parallel and they're indirectly related, but we need more information. What we want to assure people of is we do have a plan. We would first use carryover. If we don't have direction after the first couple of months, our next recommendation would be if we want to continue these programs until we hear something, we need to use contingency, and we'll get direction from you at that time. If you are like, no, we're not using contingency, we would say, then we would have to stop doing this, but if you want to allocate general funds, we would possibly be okay, but we just would have to make sure and check with like the state and the OMB and those to make sure that we're not supplanting, because general funds is first line, title is extra. And if you start to use general funds for something, it's sometimes difficult to go back and use title funds for those things. So that's why we're trying to, because we don't have a lot of answers. This is uncharted territory. So that's why we're trying to keep the two separate unless we have something in writing with some information to do it. There is some different type of ledgering and things that you can do at the end of the year as long as it's within the fiscal year, but we're just not there yet. So as far as the other budget being in depth and having a conversation around that, I think is important. I know, like, we've talked about the priorities. When I look at the priorities within this current budget, we will be able to provide an update to the board about here's how we plan to carry it out, to meet the board priorities based off of what we've presented as a budget. However, if the board has a different direction that they want to go, or when looking at the questions, if there are questions about, I don't think this amount should be there, and it needs to go over there, we would just need a clear motion and direction from the board so that we're not like guessing about whatever. The other layer to that is, you know, the board did vote to potentially exceed revenue neutral. You will do an official vote on September 9th. If there is any desire for that to change, we then would have to adjust budgets from there as well. So I think the board being clear about those things, or if there are things you feel like are misaligned and areas need more money, we just need clear direction, then we can go back and make the necessary adjustments and talk to the departments the departments that are impacted. School budgets are pretty set and they're moving forward. This is really about the department budgets, but we can talk about the impact, make sure you understand the unintended consequences that we are aware of, or the benefits that may come of it that we are aware of. But because if it's a change, we would be responding on the spot, we wouldn't necessarily be able to give you a full picture today.
Thank you. It helps.
Dr. Nguyen.
Discussion.
And thank you, Mr. Martin, for circling back on your question, because I like to hang my hat on the human element. And I would like to take it as broad as it can possibly be, because when Dr. Stubblefield talks about state dollars, I think you're talking about also the match that comes from the LOB. Are you correct, or you're not? Are local option budget or property taxes, is that separate, or you're including that in?
So all of that, I'm separating federal from like general. So
Got it.
yes, we do get the match. That,
Right.
like, so yeah, we collect 1.5, but then we get 2.6.
Six.
So any shifts in the mill levy is not 1.5, it's closer to that 4.2.
This is, I'm looking at
Yeah.
slide 14, yes. Okay, so that's when you say human element, there is a real human element that I don't think some of us pay as much attention as I do, because I'm still thinking, and I've been upfront with the three of you, that I went line by line and suggest there's still some savings we can make, in my opinion, that would not hurt staff or hurt families. And that's what I would like us to do, and that's what I would hope we are able to do, to say, even if we don't join this national organization or that national organization, it may only be $25,000. And I'll go back to you, Ms. Russell. Out of 500 million, 25,000 is nothing. I get that. But the effort of taking a scalpel and maybe trimming some is being responsible. And I think between now and September, you have the ability to see the full impact. I mean, you say not today, you couldn't, but the full impact. But the human element of the people who, just like you said, the chaos, man, unprecedented. Maybe a positive, and a weird kind of positive, if Kansas had expanded Medicaid, there would be more people off now. Well, we didn't. But food stamps, supplemental nutrition, Medicare, there's still seniors who are paying the taxes on their homes, and that's the human element, that as we increase our budgets, impact them. And again, that saying $11.50 per year, that's not real. That's not real to them. So I would hope that we would consider the full human impact of those who have to pay these taxes, pay that local option tax, and they don't have children in the schools, but they have to pay the bills. And when I want to hope someone else asks questions other than myself, but there are things in these department budgets that I believe we can still reduce, find some savings, and I will, and it's a clear direction. I'll make the motion. You voted down, you voted down. You voted up, you voted up. But that's how I would like to approach, and I intend to approach the budget discussion.
Dr. Nguyen, if I could just, and you weren't at the retreat for me to ask the question that I had for you. So I reviewed all of your questions and all of your line-by-line items. And so based on the direction that the board is going and not exceeding revenue neutral, we would need somewhere for those cost savings to go, because there are cost savings there that I can agree with, that I don't believe that certain departments, I won't say deserve, or that they need, that like can help with the savings and go to another area that maybe directly impacts students. So realigning dollars. But what I struggled with is if this board exceeds revenue neutral, we still bring dollars in, that we still need those savings to go somewhere.
I would say no, that is incorrect. Because if we did nothing, the fact that the valuation went up, your budget's going to increase.
Yes,
By
but I think,
By definition, your statement is incorrect.
but I'm saying in order to balance the budgets, to have a balanced budget, if we exceed and we take more money, you still have, if I take 25,000 from the board budget and I say we're moving it out, we're gonna remove one of these memberships, that dollar amount is still a part of the overall budget and it has to go somewhere else. And so then I have to
Does not have to be part of the overall budget.
but it does, because that's how the overall budget gets to the balance number. If we bring in 492 million, we have to farm out 492 million. I can't say I'm bringing in 492 million and I'm only letting go of 491,500,000 because we're not a for-profit, so I still have to figure.
Saying, did you not remember we have between now and September? We do not have, you haven't officially voted to exceed revenue neutral. But okay, I'll give you.
No,
what you
I'm
have.
just trying to figure out where the savings go. So that is my
Well,
conversation.
we've had this conversation before, and I've always said, I'm not talking to save, to reallocate. I'm talking to save, to reduce.
Reduce the mill, to be clear,
But,
to not,
okay.
yeah.
But I think this is the same conversation that the UG is currently having, who went revenue neutral
But
and
we're
people.
not UG. And we have
But I'm
three
giving
taxing
you.
entities.
I'm giving you okay, but one of our taxing entities goes revenue neutral, school district, say that. The school district goes revenue neutral, then the following year, your taxes still went up, but yet the school district went revenue neutral. So I'm trying
Point
to.
is what?
My point is that you're trying to say if we reduce savings, it's gonna help, if we reduce our budget line item, it's going to help the taxpayer, but even in the UG bill, your number still went up. So you paid $1,200 last year, they went revenue neutral, and it's at $1,400 this year. Who benefited from that?
First, as you've always said, we don't set the evaluation. Right. Okay? So that's not the comparison I'm dealing with.
Okay.
So let's, tell you what. Go ahead, let me ask a question. This is not, I don't think this is the place for this, but you can have it.
So
I'm just trying to understand
That's why I said.
who we're trying to, because I believe that with the budget we have, that we're all doing the best to try to serve the students of USD 500, but my question is,
disagree.
you disagree?
I disagree with
Okay.
you. Otherwise, I wouldn't be looking for cost savings.
Okay.
yeah.
But I think we're trying to work towards the same goal, but this may not be the place to be trying, because I guess when I'm thinking about the human element and some of the pieces within the things you said savings, I'm also thinking of our board goal of increasing or of the culture, and some of those things are culture items. And you can disagree with me or not, but sometimes it's cheaper to improve the culture than it is to bring a $50,000 consultant in. And so,
Yeah, we may not disagree on that one.
but I'm saying, but those are some of the things. So me surprising you with something on a random day versus this is way different. And so I guess that's where in some of the choices of the items you are advocating for, I just struggled with the culture and retaining staff or engaging students versus.
Or versus someone paying their tax bill and losing their home.
Well, that's not what I'm saying.
Hey, put it all in the same basket. Go ahead.
Do you have a question?
I just have one comment with it, from the schools are the community, and the community are the schools. I mean, because the schools, we know that the schools are in the community. So from a human standpoint, it is going to be affect whichever way we go. It's going to affect the people that live here, that we have no control of the state taxes they're going to pay, or the federal taxes. That's fine. All we can do is control. What we do is will affect the human side of that outside, because we're going to add more taxes to them. So that is going to be effective to them, the people
And I'm
outside
not
in the community.
arguing that people in the community are not impacted. That has never been what I've ever said. What I have said is that utilizing the school district as the way in which to solve economic issues is not the way to go.
It's not.
It's not. And I think we all can agree on that. And so what I'm saying is that there is someone who's going to be impacted by any decision that we make. And so what we also have to think about is the unintended consequences that come to a community issue.
Any decision we make, from A to Z, there are going to be unintended consequences.
Exactly.
Yes, and so I want us to be
Please, everyone.
cautious of that.
Dr. Stubblefield.
And I just want to offer a point of clarification, regardless of where the board lands or what direction that it goes. Since I've been here, in most of our budgets outside of salary and the things that we show as additions, either by board request or community request or just the cost, we have not allocated additional dollars to majority of the budgets when things go up. So for example, Frontline, the board adopted that years ago, and every year, HR and the professional development team, they make adjustments in other areas because inflation is impacting all of the budgets. So every year, when you see like they reduced this, or they tweaked this, or they did that, it is to cover the cost of when things go up, from the cost of gas, the cost of tires, the cost of when you approve those contracts and it's like, here's your 1, here's your 2, here's your 3, or whatever it is, those are partners, entities, they are increasing the cost. And for the most part, the departments and the schools make adjustments where we're not adding. So if you look at the list of additions, Jack Hay is increased for years, but the Diploma Plus and the instructional teams could not cover the $42,000 without giving up something else. So that was put on there as an addition. DigiCoach is a tool that we have been using for a while. We're now saying, okay, we can build it out in Qualtrics so that we can cover the costs of the increase of other areas. So departments are constantly making adjustments. So I think, to Dr. Nguyen's point, everything, regardless of what happens, like if you're saying that because the assessed evaluation goes up, we're going to collect more money. Yes, that is factual, but the cost of everything has gone up, but not to the point where we don't have to every year make reductions, adjustments, or restructure to cover those additional costs. Like, that's real in what we do in the budgets annually, since I've been here, to make sure, like, we're not all coming back and say, well, we need $5,000 more in all of these budgets.
That's why we do budgets 1 year at a time.
Yes,
Because
so,
every year,
right,
prices, things go up there.
Right,
And so,
right.
no, this is the reality of budgets.
right. And so I just wanted to clarify, like, yep, you're collecting more money, but the cost of everything goes up
Continues to go
as
up.
well. And if for some reason we were to go into a recession and all of it
It will
went,
triple.
we would then make the necessary adjustments because we would be collecting less. The mill would have a different value. So those are the things that are out of our control, that, just like in your household budgets, you make adjustments for annually, monthly, or however you do it.
Ms. Brantley Page.
Oh, I would like to ask Ms. Tracy Kaiser another question. You said in 24, 25, we used the contingency fund. If you don't know the answer now, if you could, what other times have we done that within the last 10 years?
The ones I know about was, at one point, the board decided to add additional social workers, and we paid their salaries out of contingency reserve. The following year, we only paid half of those, and so we absorbed half each year. Those are the main ones I can think of that we've used contingency for.
So was that 23, 24?
That was probably, testing my memory,
And again, if you
No,
don't know
it was
the answer, let me know.
before I got here, because I
I'm
don't
thinking it
remember.
was 1920.
Carry over.
I think it was
1920.
I think it was 1920 when we used, we paid for 100% of the salaries, the additional
Yeah.
social
And then
workers.
the second year.
You mean
And then-
2020?
No.
2019, 2020.
Oh, 1920, not 1920 the year. I was like,
Yes.
okay.
You look
Yes.
good for 1920.
We thought you
No,
were
I'm sorry.
saying 1920, not
No, okay.
2019,
Gotcha, okay.
2020. Gotcha.
2019, 2020, I believe we used 100%, we had those salaries 100%, and then in 2020, 2021, we paid for half.
Thank you for that clarification.
It made sense in my mind. And I can do some research and make sure and let you know if there's been anything else. Those are just the ones I can think of.
I think that was the year we started putting social workers, that pilot program in the district.
Yes.
Thank you.
So any board, I know there are likely more questions that we have, just kind of in the greater scope. But in the interest of time, I also want to make sure and respect, I know folks have questions or thoughts on some of the department budgets, so I want to make sure we have an opportunity, if there are questions, thoughts, as Dr. Stubblefield said, if there's any shift in how we want to move forward with our budget, leadership needs to know so that they can start making those. We've heard earlier about some narrative that needs to be added to some of the priorities and how different departments are meeting those, even though some departments, most departments are shrinking their budget. So just having that as additional information. But any other additional kind of overall generic questions on the board priorities, the timeline, the information that's shared in the budget presentation before we move into more detailed questions on departments?
Thank you for this discussion.
Thank you all. It's necessary.
And I just wanted to say, I believe we're all looking at the human element. I don't think we're not looking at that, because you have to.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you have to look at the numbers. And if there has to be cuts, it has to be cuts. And we all have to, just like we're all dealing with it now. It's not what I want it to be, and we got 3 more years after this. So we got to be careful. We got to plan ahead too, because if we run into the same problem the next year, we keep doing contingency, we don't have anything. So at some point, we're going to have to bite the bullet, every last one of us, whether we want to or not, and not trying to scare anybody. It's just the reality.
What's doable and what makes sense, Ms. Page, that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, what's doable and what makes feasible sense, using good wisdom.
Yeah.
That's what we are.
Okay.
Common sense, as we can.
Common sense isn't always common, so.
Doing good is right, but right is always good. I'm done.
Amen.
Thank you. The pastor said he was
Can we
done.
get to the budgets now?
Yeah, so let's go ahead and jump in. Again, just or take note of the budget timeline that's in the presentation. Obviously, as more information comes forward and recommendations come, as we learn more about any updates at the federal level, state level, that will come to the full board as information as well. So just want to make sure everyone notes the timeline of where we're at, and that's on page 21 of the slides.
Mr. Lopez,
Yes, Ms. Russell.
can I just ask that we make the budget a standing item on our general meetings from now until September 9th? I think there are many moving parts, and I think updates or questions that may come about, it just allows us to continue to have the conversation and to be forward planning. I'm making the assumption that by the next meeting, we'll have the narratives, and so having the discussion around narratives and what our expectations around the priorities are, we'll need to have that as a full board, and then the continued conversation around title and next steps for that. And so I think there are items that, as information comes out, we'll need to continually, as a board, have those conversations. And so I guess that's my ask to the full board, if folks feel that that's needed, warranted, because I would like to request that we do that.
Yeah. So the August 12th will not be a problem. But I just, so you all can think, because I, think about it, because I know like when it's the evening meetings and it gets late, there's been different perspectives around that. August 26th, we will have our first bond update from Hollis and Miller. So I'm assuming they'll need about an hour. We can definitely have an update on there, but I just want you to know in advance. And then August 12th, we'll have the first read of several policies. So there will be policies on all of those meetings as well. So we can prioritize those things, but each one of those things, just depending on the discussion and questions, can take a little while. Not an issue, but just want to be clear on that. August 12th, we definitely can have those updates and things, but just wanted you all to know that we were planning for the first bond update from Hollis and Miller on August 26th. September 9th, we have nothing on there that would be like new or great discussion. And then September 23rd, we'll have the first elementary bond update, and I think the main library update both would be the September 23rd meeting. So just as you all are thinking about.
Dr. Nguyen, is the first, well, I guess that's not finance, the budget meeting, and I'm sorry, the first budget meeting that we start having, is that in August or September? The full board, the third Friday of August, or that's?
Last year, we started in September because of the start of school year. There is a hold on my calendar, and it could just be me putting holds on my calendar for August 1st as the first Finance Committee meeting. So that would be, if we're doing that, that would be also an opportunity to do that. And
That's finance, not the budget
No,
meeting, right?
yeah.
Finance
Can
is
you
three
make it that?
members.
I mean, that's what, you could,
Yeah.
if you wanted to. And then you would have August 1st and August 12th, and any lingering on the 23rd. I just wanted you all to be aware on the 23rd.
Yeah, that makes sense, instead of putting a whole lot of stuff on the budget, on the agenda at night. Let's try to be awake when we do this. And I'm not saying people aren't awake, but you're at better capacity.
And that's
if we
from
can do it early.
1 to 2, is it on August 1st? Is that what is scheduled?
It is, let me add,
Typically, it's
think
1
it
to
is
2. Is that right, Dr. Nguyen? Finance?
Yep.
yes.
I guess without, okay.
Are folks available on August 1st to have a meeting at 1 o'clock from 1 to 2, 2:30?
Well, I
or-
was going to suggest that you hold your regular finance meeting from 1 to 2, and then we have a budget meeting from 2 to 3, so that you could have your finance committee, because I don't want to get in the way of whatever, maybe that's a better suggestion, so then it's those
Fridays
2
get a
hours.
little sticky,
Okay.
so we had moved it to Thursday, and we had not had that conversation. But we can,
Oh, so the meetings moved to Thursday?
no?
Okay.
Remember when Fridays got sticky because?
Yeah, yeah.
You guys are closed.
Well, you remember, they turned into spring break, da-da-da-da,
Right.
da-da-da-da.
So in the summers, we were closed,
Right,
but
so-
we're back on Fridays starting August 1st. We're not closed.
Yep.
If Friday doesn't work, you could pick another.
Fridays are fine.
better for me. That's the day I had
Yeah.
moved on my calendar, so the Thursdays is what was hard for me.
Okay.
I'll be
So
late.
Friday, it works. We're back on Fridays starting August 1st.
I'll be late.
So is it just from 1 to 2?
1 to
Start
2
right there.
finance, and then 2 to 3, we can talk budget. But they would have to be noticed as 2 separate meetings, because the finance meeting is only the 3 finance committee people, and then the budget meeting at 2 would be everyone.
Why don't you just make your budget committee on the third Friday, and make it,
Well, the problem with the 3rd Friday,
It's the same week as the board meeting, so if you're not going, to August 12th, we don't have, there's policy, but we don't plan to have a report unless there's a request for a report. So the
But if you
12th,
start making it on the third Friday, then it's consistent
For budget,
for budget.
Okay.
You don't have to play around at night.
yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry, I had the third Friday in my head as the 22nd, and I was
That's
saying
the
there wasn't enough time to,
You're in August?
yeah.
Oh, that's the fourth Friday.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, I messed up the date. So yeah, the 15th, to start the budget
So
meetings.
the only thing I will interject, school starts on Wednesday. That's the first full week of school, and typically we are out supporting schools those first 3 days. We can make it happen, but that would be an adjustment for us because school starts Thursday, like half-day Wednesday, full-day Thursday. We're typically supporting schools on that week. But if we need to do that, we will adjust our schedules accordingly.
so is the question to have the budget meeting on the 15th or the 1st, or are we
No.
not looking at the 1st
15th.
anymore? The
Let's just
15th, so
keep it
not,
Straight budget, straight
Finance.
So the 15th?
On the 15th, make it budget, or not, whichever.
And what was the time for clarity?
typically the third Fridays, it was from 1 to 2:30 for budget meetings.
You got moved for budget, not finance, never mind.
August 15th, 1 to 2:30.
And it
And the
typically
first
has
is
been
finance.
virtual, yeah.
The other option that I heard, although not, was to have it right after Finance Committee. So Finance 1 to 2, Budget 2 to 3:30 on August 1st. was
But
the
I
other
thought she was saying did I hear that wrong about when does school start?
School starts the
13th.
13th, so that's what she was saying. Typically, those first few days, they're in the schools, that's why the 15th may be tough. Sounds like they can move things around, but they wouldn't be out supporting schools. I was trying to be sensitive
Or
to
we
that.
could combine them only on that first of
August.
August.
Right, and I was suggesting just for this one time, not moving forward, so having budget from 2 to 3:30 on the 1st.
1 to 2, 2 to 3.
Okay. What is that?
I mean, if we're gonna have it on the 15th, then just having it, having it be the item on the 12th makes sense. But I'm also,
What do you want to accomplish by having budget every meeting?
well, you said you didn't want to have all the conversations today. So I
Budget
was
meeting.
saying, the budget meeting,
On
yeah.
every board meeting? What do you want to accomplish?
Is to continue to talk about the clear direction that we need to give the staff, whether it's regarding the overall budget before we get to September 9th, talking about the continuation of the federal funding freeze, continuing to have that conversation so that when we get to September 9th, there aren't any surprises. So starting those conversations early, so we're not waiting until there's a recommendation to then say yes or no, or maybe do this, maybe do that, have we explored this? Those conversations need to happen before we get to September 9th.
Okay, and thereafter, you would not have the budget meeting on the third Friday?
Well, hopefully by August 12th or August 15th or August 1st, we have a little more information, because what I heard today was that we're paused for a couple of weeks until we have information that then they can provide a recommendation. And so they can provide the recommendation on the 1st, the 12th, the 15th.
But are they really gonna have that information by that time?
But
I don't mean
we,
to harm, I'm just, you gotta also, you
We
waiting
have
on
to-
the feds and stuff too, because we're not sure how things are gonna work out.
Right.
They have to hear from them also.
Right.
So I don't know if we're gonna get the information
and
that quick.
that was the thing. Like, if we don't have the information based on Friday, when we get the carryover numbers, we will have had 1 or 2 months of payroll that we will then have to make a decision of what direction we would like to provide. So information or not, we still are going to have to make a decision based on whatever information we do or don't have. And I think that's where I'm trying to say, typically, we take in the information, then we need a moment to think about it and then make a decision, which if I put the meeting dates left, we're gonna need the next 2 or 3 meetings to actually get our questions answered, make sure clarity, move things around, and that's what the intent was.
Well, I was just saying.
No, and I
Because we
understand.
don't have that, so we'll be making it on without the data. If you want the meeting, you know, I wanna see the information.
But we still have to anticipate.
Yeah, I know that. I'm just saying we're planning ahead, that if we don't have it, these are the things we can do. If we do get it, these are the things.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
get that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, we're still waiting on information.
And we may be waiting on information till next year. We never know.
Yeah.
But, and again, I think just for clarity, federal is federal, general is general.
No, I got that, but
And-
you
no,
see how
but
federal is working right now.
Right, but we would need clarity on the general budget, so like, the recommendations or suggestions that Dr. Nguyen listed in her questions, is that like, so we can total that out? I haven't totaled it out, but we could, I don't know if you totaled it out. We can total it out and say, you did all these things, this is what it would be. Or you don't, like that, settling around those things would help us to know, like, if these are suggestions, is that what the full board would like for us to do? And if the total is 4.2 million, what does that mean? And if it's not, then what are we doing with that? Are you exceeding by that amount and reducing the mill by that amount? Because, I mean, if I'm wrong, you, like, those are the kind of things, like, what are you gonna do with the money that, but I don't know the total, so I don't know if it is equivalent. And if that's not the case, but you still are like, I really wanna put more money over here, then we can go and work with those departments to make those adjustments.
Okay, so I also don't want to meet for the sake of meeting if we don't need to. So I need clear direction from you all. I heard some folks say that we could potentially meet on August 1st, have a budget meeting, 2 to 3:30. I think that would get us, we can get updated if there is any information. But if there's no clear direction from the board to
So-
have a meeting.
Just so that we're clear, I think that what we can, based off my notes, provide by August 1st, because that gives us a couple of weeks. We can send this to staff, is to look at the board goals and priorities and say, here's how these things are being operationalized within whomever's department and/or budget, and if there are some costs associated with it. There are a couple of things on there that they,
There's no budgetary.
there's no budgetary, but some of them we have done and they're built into the budget. So we can look at those slides 2 through 8 and say, here's how it's been operationalized and here's the budget alignment. We can definitely have that August 1st. And then you'll get the information about how much carryover we have this Friday, but again, we can also have that there so that you're all looking at it together. And then the narratives, I think all of the departments have done them, but we can make sure that you have, like, this is how I reduced, it, like you have it all together. We can have that all, budget justification.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, yeah. We can just pull all of that back together, but what we don't have that we could add to it is, here's how we see where we've aligned, like, what you have prioritized and what it will look like, big picture for the 24-25 school year.
So why don't
then
you
if
just
there
make
is
August 1st the budget meeting only? Since it's, we won't have another meeting till then, right?
No, our next regular board meeting is August 12th.
All right.
We're gonna have a special meeting for budget on August
August
1st
1st.
at
The
1
HR
o'clock or
At
2
1
o'clock?
Sorry.
Sorry.
In an HR report, because it's that time of year where we're hiring
Okay.
people.
Bless you.
Probably want
Are
you to do 1
folks-
to 3.
Folks fine with
Okay.
Friday, August 1st, 1 o'clock, 1 to 3, is what I hear a suggestion.
Set time.
Just budget, not a finance committee meeting, just a budget.
Budget with an HR report as well.
Correct,
Yeah,
yes.
HR report.
And we agreed this would be virtual.
Sure.
Then what? The 15th would be virtual?
I think we could make it optional for, budget meetings have been virtual in the past. I think,
You can make it optional, like, if there are people who, let me check with the people who make it.
No.
That's the first day that our new staff is all together, and we're at KCKC in the morning, but the afternoon, like, my schedule is free. If my schedule is 8 to 2, because we're bringing them all together, we're not splitting them. Yeah. But 1 o'clock works, yeah.
in person for folks.
Would
That'd
you all
be-
be able to do that, Rashid? And
Virtual capability, hybrid.
virtual, we can definitely do. I'm asking if.
Oh, I see, if they're available. August 1st.
It's the first day that all of the new staff is at KCKCC.
Afternoon, 1 PM.
We're not meeting the 15th. Okay.
Yeah, we can make it. We can make it optional.
All right. August 1st, special meeting, HR report and budget, 1 to 3.
And at that time, I want to clarify, if there is an update on the federal
Federal
funding.
will
We will
provide.
also add that, along with the things that you mentioned. If not, the next time, the update could be provided as the 12th.
Yes, we would definitely email it out, but then bring it forth publicly in the board meeting, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I just asked Greg on the 15th, if it's a budget meeting, need it not be public? Is virtual public?
Virtual counts as public, but if it's a budget hearing as opposed to just a budget meeting, I just gotta look. If it's a budget hearing, you gotta allow access for the public to comment.
I don't think it's a budget here. I think just
So it's just a
budget meeting.
Then it's just got, virtual's okay as long as they've got access to view it and watch it.
Okay. Okay. All right. So next, as we continue with our budget conversation, again, we'll have RSP here at 3,
3:30?
3 o'clock.
Greg has we need to do the executive session before he has to leave, yeah. And come back.
Come back.
So, I know there were generic questions, there were questions submitted. Board, I'd open to how you want to dive into any of the department budgets. We can go through them one by one. We can take any generic questions that folks have on the department budgets. We can start with our board budget. So why don't we start with our board budget? And just as a refresher, and it is in the agenda as a refresher, we did partially review this, had a conversation at our board retreat around the board budget. No direct guidance or action on changes were made, if I remember correctly, on the board budget. So we can take a look at it, answer any questions, have a discussion on the board's budget that you have in front of you.
Well, I'm going to make a motion to reduce the travel, food, and dues by 50%. I understand you all had discussion, and I wasn't there, so I know.
Will you repeat that, Dr. Nguyen?
Make a motion to reduce the travel, food, and dues by 50%.
Second.
There's a motion to reduce travel, food, and dues by 50%. Question clarifying, Dr. Nguyen.
Sure.
Is there anything specific when you talk about dues, memberships that you are referring to?
KSB decided, because of the manner in which the national is not receptive to some of the needs of the districts, that they will no longer join. Does not stop one from going to a conference, but I see that we have NSBA dues in the 50,000 category. Likewise, CUBE, we can attend, but we had that conversation, meaning if we ask staff to do it, I think the board should also do it. Does not stop us from, that's another motion, but does not stop us from attending their conferences, and the difference in membership and conference fee is about $125. For example, the 2025 CUBE member standard registration is $750, the non-member is $875. So that's my motion.
Yeah.
Ms. Russell?
So if I understood the motion, it was for dues and for travels. I'll start with dues. For dues, the board had a conversation regarding dues, and as far as KSB, that is our highest membership of 25,000. We don't pay dues to NSBA. Because Kansas is an affiliated state, KSB actually pays the dues to NSBA. Because of the reasons you've just outlined, they've chosen not to be a member. That doesn't impact our CUBE membership, which is 12,975. So I'm not sure where the 50 for NSBA came from.
50,000 is the line item for dues and fees.
For the total
Reduce
together.
that
Okay.
to 25,000.
Okay. At the end of the board retreat, Ms. Smith said that there were 2 invoices outstanding, the one for KSB and the one for NSBA. I support the motion to reduce because I think it is it's inflated a little. When you put the 13,000 and the 25 together, that gets us to 38. So I'm willing to support to reduce it to 38,000, which would take care of both of those outstanding bills that the board did tell Leslie that she could move forward with submitting those invoices, and that was a commitment the board already made. With regard to travel, I'm also willing to reduce it. I don't know that 50% is the number. I think that might just be an arbitrary number, but the board did have a conversation at the retreat also around, instead of saying this is each board member can go to 2 things, we identify a specific dollar amount that each board member could have, which could support what you are saying. So I think we talked about each board member has 2,000 or 2,500 related to travel, and then that would reduce it, but it would give each person the same number versus just having an arbitrary number of saying this. So if we did $2,000 for travel and what have you, each board member would have that, which would reduce it to 14,000. And so I think that I don't think that there was any disagreement with reducing those items. I think it is getting clarity on the path forward of how we would like to do those, and without having your context or what your thought was, I think we just decided not to do anything at that time. And so, not to do anything, but that was where our discussion led us to. And so I don't know if you have specific
No, that's logical.
numbers, but if that helps you understand where we kind of land.
at the end of the day, if 50 turns into 25, we reduce it by 25.
Can
What about-
50 turn into 40 or 38? Sorry.
Vote it down and make your own motion.
A question on the 38, just as, or just in total, when you're talking, Ms. Russell, when you're talking about reducing 25 and 13, the two outstanding invoices, that doesn't take into account any cost to register for
So
conferences, right?
registration isn't in that line item. It is in,
Ms. Smith, where do we typically pull registration from? Which line item?
Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second.
I believe when we drafted this budget, that's where we calculated the cost for registration for conferences was under dues and fees. Fees for registration, et cetera. I don't see anywhere else that we would pull registration costs. So just clarifying in terms of if we wanted to decrease cost and if we're still allowing for coverage for travel, where would we pull for registration for conferences?
So are we going to reduce the budget just for one?
My question is, where do we pull, when we pay for registration for conferences, which line item do we use?
Dues and fees.
Okay.
And it's at 9,000
no, it's at 50,000.
dues and fees?
Yeah,
She's looking at mine, so I must have.
so dues and fees is 50,000. That's the current budget. Other expenses, which is where I thought you told me the 9,000 underneath is where the expenses come from. I can go back to the ledger and get clarity.
I believe other expenses, the 12,800 for this coming year, that's for diligent only, is other
It's several
expenses.
Could we cut the number of people going? Instead of all of us going, if we rotated it right, 2 could go to Cube and 2 could go to this and 2 could, and that way, and we just rotate it. We'd have to keep a record of who went this time, and that way we're not spending as much.
So I think if you recall at the meeting, just for clarification, I think where most of you landed was instead of trying to dictate who and when, if there was a specific, like it's 3,000, how you choose to use your 3,000 allocated, if you spread it across, if you were gonna share costs and you decided to go that, and that way you're not keeping, like saying, so what if somebody wanted to go to Q, MSBA, and if they want to go to all three, and they could stretch their dollars based off of whatever, it was an allocated dollar amount to each board member. That's the last.
No, I recall that, but I also know we just recently, number 47 cut the Department of Education. We've had numerous other cuts. So in my thought now, let's do what we can to help.
Yeah, and that would be cutting it, like if you, whatever number you came to, it would be less than what that number is, like how, if you wanted to reduce it. If you were saying $2,500 allocated for travel for each board member, that would be reducing the overall line.
That's all I'm saying. Whatever we do, we're asking everybody else to cut. We need to model what we're saying. And it, like I said, every day is something new. So we have to make adjustments.
And I hear, I think I won't say issue, but I will say issue. I think the problem right now that we're having is clarity on where things are. Because I thought I was told it was in other expenses underneath the travel budget, but I am struggling to find this
So
document.
we have the dues and fees at 50,000, the other expenses for board docs, and then we have 25,000 for flights, hotel, and meals. So I apologize, I was looking at a different budget.
Okay, I'm sorry, Leslie, can you repeat what you just said? I have the document now, too.
The out-of-district travel is 25,000, which includes flights, hotels, meals, and any Uber. Then we have dues and fees at 50,000. That includes your registration for at least 2 conventions per board member. And then the other expense, the 9,000 was for board docs.
I mean, 12.8.
12,000.
Yes,
We're
12,800.
diligent now, yeah,
Correct.
correct. And the 50,000 is for registrations, but it's also the membership fees for KASB, NSBA. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
So if Dr. Nguyen is requesting to reduce all 3 line items,
Each,
yes.
50%.
No, it was only 2 line items. It was line item,
She said travel, food, and dues.
Travel, food, and dues.
She also included food.
okay. I will call the question because I think that we need to take up each item separately. And yes, that is my rationale.
Okay, thank you. Board, Ms. Smith, let's do a roll call. Again, just a reminder, would you please refresh us on the motion on the floor that we are voting on?
Motion to reduce the board travel, food, and dues by 50%. Yolanda Clark?
It's been moved and seconded, yeah.
Yes.
So roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark, I would like to understand impact, so I'm going to say no. I need to understand impact.
Randy Lopez?
Randy, no.
Robert Marlin Jr.?
Marlon Jr., no.
Wanda Brownlee Page?
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell?
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen?
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion does not move forward.
So
Ms. Russell, yes.
So I just want to clarify. So dues and fees, we're looking at 50,000. That's the current proposed cost. For
Yes.
travel, we're looking at out-of-district, line item, out-of-district travel, 25. For food costs, where are we talking about? Are we talking about the other food costs line item? Are we talking about the community line item, other,
You essentially have 3 line items that say food,
yes, we do.
so they're all food.
You're looking at all 4,500, which is the board meetings, retreats, and listening sessions. Then you're looking at the student other at 2,500 for World Cafe and listening sessions, and then the committee. So I'm looking at 58,900 and 56,390. Other food costs, other expenses, other expenses.
Anything that, I would say anything that it's tied to our community, I would struggle with cutting the budget. I'm not sure. I can see for the board maybe having that conversation, but if we're inviting our community out to come out and discuss with us, I would want to be cognizant of cutting the budget there.
All I'm saying, we've asked staff to cut their food by 40%. We need to do the same.
And I don't
So,
disagree with
when-
you.
When you put food in 3 different items, you're commingling food money. Now, are you saying you want to not reduce one of them or not reduce any of them?
I would ask that we
No,
not,
excuse me.
I have no, I am not opposed to reducing one of them or both of them. I'm just saying, since we're talking about them separately, in my opinion, I would prefer not to touch the one that's community-based, and that's the World Cafe.
And that is what, 1,000? Or is that 2,500? Or is that 4,500? I'm asking her what she's referencing.
I'm talking about, I don't know the line. It's the World Cafe. I'm looking at the sign, the World Cafe and the listening and learning tour. So the budget that is attached to the World Cafe and listening and learning, that's the budget I'm speaking of.
Okay, that's all I asked for clarification.
And they all have implications with community, with the list, because the 4,500 has money for the listening and learning sessions, which are our meetings out in the community. There's at least 2 of those. So that is included in the 4,500. The 2,500 are specifically for World Cafe and listening and learning for students. So that is
Okay, then you
specifically
should-
for
you shouldn't
student
have listening and
implications.
learning in there, that line.
But that's what
It-
it says. It says
I know
student.
that's what it doesn't say student.
Yes, it does. On the line item, it's right before other expenses. It says student, STUD 58900. So
And then-
the COMM means committees.
And that's, yeah, and the committee, the $1,000 are for the committee costs, which include community members that are a part of Boundary, academic
COMM, got it.
committees, yes. So I just wanted to clarify that all of them have an implication and tie to feeding community members. That's all I was saying.
I'm looking at.
Mr. Lopez.
But I know for academic, we just have some of the same snacks. We're not spending a lot,
Okay.
and we're not talking about a lot of people.
You're right. But
And I
those,
do-
but that money still has to come from out of them.
Right.
So every time
Get
Les,
that, but I'm just saying, we're not spending a lot.
So for clarity, when Dr. Campbell was here, did she bring the snacks in, or did you bring them in, Miss? Okay. I just was, because I would see Karen carrying stuff sometimes, so I couldn't remember which committees. Okay.
Ms. Kaiser, did you have something to add here?
I did, thank you. I remember when we set up those budget codes, we did want to keep student food separate from community food. So the COMM was set up for community, not committee. So we had the board where you'd had, I think that's where I believe that's where the committee food was charged to that first line for the board, for your meals and stuff. But we had set up COMM for community, not committee. And if we need to change that, we sure can.
Yeah, we need to clarify that to make sure it's clear.
yeah, because the ledger says differently. The ledger that printed out all of the specific.
Okay.
It says committees for that COMM and where we charged the food for, like, the food trucks, when we had the listening and learning, that was inside of the other food costs, not
Okay.
So the board meeting budgets the $84 for the salads and stuff. That included the community engagement. The COMM had committee expenditures, and then the student had the
Okay.
student World Cafe thing, so.
Yeah, and I
If-
apologize.
If that is a way that you all want to do it,
No, it's.
just following up
It's
with-
perfectly fine. I just wanted to say that was the way we set up the account. If that's not the way it's being used, if it was truly being used for committee, then we would definitely leave it at that. I'm not sure how those purchase orders are being put in, but I know when we set it up, that was our intent, but it can be either. I just wanted to clarify so we were all on the same page.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just got a request that everyone speaks in the mic because there are people watching and they can't hear us. So sometimes when we're leaning back, it's not projecting on the different DO platforms.
Okay.
Any other thoughts on the board budget? Because currently it stays as is presented.
Well, wait, now, we were talking and we stopped. I thought we were gonna throw out something else. Are you just saying, once it was voted down, that was it and it's?
No, I'm saying there was nobody talking, so I was asking if there was more conversation, that's
Okay,
all.
well,
I was opening it
I'm
up.
sorry, it didn't come out clear like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely, it's open for conversation. I'm just saying if there's no changes, it currently stays as it is. But if there's another motion or feedback, questions,
So I have, can
Ms. Clark.
we go back to, Ms. Russell had it documented a whole lot better than I did, versus just saying, let's cut 50%. Dr. Nguyen, I agree with you, we should lead by example. But can we go back to maybe what's the guidelines of what board members will be able to do to then see what the percentage of savings will be at that point? I agree, there should be a savings, but if you just say cut by 50%, I don't truly understand or can't wrap my head around exactly what that will do. And maybe it's just me, maybe everybody else has it. So that's my thought.
Sure. If I'm understanding, just to understand what dollars are being allocated and to know where we might be able to make those cuts.
Or maybe so, because we've done some of that already, and maybe it's really, or like, I'll just pick on board travel, because that one always seems to be the easiest. If we say board travel and we've decided to keep our memberships or not keep our memberships, whatever that decision is, then what does it take for a board member to be able to travel to those conferences? Or if it becomes, no, you get this bucket of money, and now that has saved us 25% or whatever that may be per board member, that at least lets me understand, and if no one else needs the information this way, that's fine, what that does.
Sure.
Because we may say cut by 50% and now a board member can't go anywhere. I know that's not what's gonna happen, but that's where I'm struggling with, like, what's the implications?
Well, remember, you can still go any place, but the district just does not pay.
Correct, but we're talking
You're
about
still
the,
welcome to go.
exactly,
To the moon
and back.
and back. 225,000.
Ms. Russell?
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify that the staff weren't required to remove 40%. They went from $50 to $40 in meals. That's correct, right?
Correct, we reduced it by.
So it was just $10 that they removed. I just wanted to clarify that so that that narrative that we didn't reduce 40%.
And please forgive me for misspeaking.
Well, it's okay.
It's okay. And
It's
I will
okay.
admit-
I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, so the point is reduction.
I get what you,
Now,
I get what you're
what's your
saying.
suggestion?
Okay, so, Lord. So my suggestion is that for out-of-district travel, each board member be provided $2,500 to cover flights, hotels, meals. I'm struggling with the Uber part, only because Randy and I typically do the Ubers, and so I'm struggling with how that then becomes Randy and I's expense as a part of that travel when we do group travel. And so I won't sign up to do the Uber for all 6 of us if that means that it impacts me. And so I'm trying to figure out if we can just do flight, hotel, and meals for the $2,500, and we leave a little bit of change in the account for Ubers, knowing that most of us usually walk, and the Ubers are typically group exercise, not exercises, but like a group activity for specific members. So I'm trying to just, outside of travel to and from the airport, yeah, that's kind of where I am.
And I also think if you're gonna be specific in the language, you just need to say Uber or taxis, because some people take, like, just so it's not like,
Ground
yeah,
transportation.
it should be, yeah.
Yeah. So 2,500 for individual. And I could probably put all of the Ubers and taxis together, and we didn't go over 750. So we do 2,500 in that line item times 7 people, and then Uber and taxis, an additional 750 in that line item,
17,000.
So that's 17,500.
plus 750.
For what?
The Ubers and ground transportation, that's what you said.
Like because you definitely, depending on where you are to and from the airport, sometimes you're close to the airport, sometimes you're not.
Sometimes people are doing it together, picking up each other, sometimes.
Your suggestion, Ms. Russell, is 18,250, 17,500 for travel for 7 board members, plus 750 for ground transportation in total. So from moving from 25,000 to $18,250.
Correct.
And that's still just 2 events per person.
So you can use that 2,500 however you would like per board member.
Okay, well, let's make sure we document, because we're getting accused of a lot of stuff. So
Well,
let's make sure everything is
So
on
the,
the up and up.
so the tracking of the professional development funds and expenditures would fall on the board clerk. She's the one who has access to all of, or they would be the person who has access to all of that information, and they can provide that document. We can work alongside them
And
to,
then we would need to provide documents that if we took this here, Ms. Smith, this is what I did for this, and this is what, I know that's what I do, I give the document. So that way, if someone challenges it, we can document that it's on the up and up.
Yeah, I think legally we
It
have to
falls on
provide.
her. but
Legally, I
we
think
do
we
have to be able to provide the documentation. Here's the hotel, we got the airline thing, did I take a Uber? Here's my things, or did I ride a shuttle? Here's my receipt. Because she can't do it unless we give her the documentation. That's all I'm saying.
Correct. That's right. Yes, we legally, we must provide that documentation
Yeah.
in some form.
Yes.
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Is that a motion, Ms. Russell, or are we still working through things? Make sure I'm tracking here.
I will make it a motion to keep us moving along, because that's only one of 5 line items.
For clarity, that's for what part of this? That's just for the transportation, going to a convention?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is only for flight, hotels, meals, and ground transportation.
Okay.
We are reducing, so I will make the motion that we reduce line item out-of-district travel from $25,000 to $18,250 to cover $2,500 per board member for flights, hotels, and meals.
And ground transportation.
And ground transportation. Yes.
Okay, there is a motion on the floor, board. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. I will open it up for questions and/or discussion.
On the ground transportation, should we say buses, Uber, spell it out? You left it broad, but I didn't know if we need to
Yeah,
spell it out a little bit more.
I would say best practice would be to leave it broad, because if you use a Lyft instead of an Uber, if Uber changes its name, you're not. So if you say ground transportation, it covers whatever method. And some cities have different,
Subway,
yeah.
buses, yeah. So I think ground transportation would cover it all.
That is correct. The only question I now have for Tracy or Brad is the meal allowance calculator, say said person, because we are doing advances, wants a portion of it, but not all of it. How does that play a role in this? Because the calculator may say $278, but I say, oh, I can go with just $100. How would that impact this?
Then you could just change the form. If it's not
Just for the
changeable-
advance.
Right, if it's not changeable within the form, we can make it that way, or you could even just print it out and cross off and say you want $100
Okay.
instead of the calculator. That
I
would be
just
your
wanted to
choice.
make sure that the legality of if I am taking any piece of this trip on behalf of the board, that I wouldn't be legally required to take it. So like I couldn't change the advance amount if I'm saying that I'm getting the advance because I'm going on board or district business. That was the legal part that I think in my mind I just thought about.
I think you're tracking well to what our policy would support. I think the only thing I would say is that if you, for that trip, we would still ask that you submit the itinerary in advance so we know which meals you needed reimbursement for. You could accept less than that, but I would say that wouldn't mean necessarily that then on your next trip, you had that additional per diem money left to spend when you didn't have qualifying meals. And that really comes back to IRS guidelines and what's
Yeah.
considered a reimbursement versus taxable income.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Does that come out of other food costs? Where does that per diem come from? Can you remind us?
It probably would come out of your out-of-district travel. It just
Okay,
depends on how
out-of-district
Leslie enters the
travel.
purchase order.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And then if the district, everyone else reduced theirs by $10, shouldn't we do the same? be consistent across the board?
That wasn't for travel, that was like per building. That was like, each principal had $50 that they could provide for a T-shirt or a staff meal or this. That dollar amount went from 50 to 40. Legally, if any staff attends a conference on behalf of the school district, we legally, except for the meals that are provided within the conference, have to pay them the per diem. That's the difference between
Okay,
those.
well, I was just,
Yep.
for clarity.
Nope.
I want to make sure I'm on the right page, because I didn't know that you said it was for a T-shirt or this or that. All we've ever gotten is the meal, so I didn't know.
I just want to clarify, it is meals. If they're doing T-shirts and stuff, it's not coming from the food.
Okay, well, I'm just listening to what she just said, so I didn't know, I didn't see it. And that's why I asked that for clarity, because if we're not doing T-shirt, I thought it was for the meals. I just thought maybe we need to come down $10. If they're doing it, to do the same like they're doing it.
Ms. Russell, can I ask a question? The 2,500 that you're suggesting as part of the motion, that includes the per diem, it sounds like?
That
It would include
includes-
the per diem for food, any airfare, ground, or other travel costs? Okay, just for clarifying, thank you. Other questions on the motion at hand?
Question.
Yes, Mr. Mylan.
So that's going to be, with that number basically be universal, when I say interchangeable, because, say, Los Angeles, New York is further away than saying going to San Antonio, so that's sufficient amount to cover what we need to do?
The total 2,500?
2,500, yeah.
I believe my understanding for the motion is that it is, that's the cap, 2,500, whether you're traveling to Topeka and Wichita and anywhere else, or LA, New York, it's 2,500 per board member, including the per diem.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions? If not,
Was there a set time to turn the receipts in?
believe what's the standard procedure? It's in the standard 7 to 10 days?
Oh, okay.
7 to 10 days.
7 to 10 days, yes.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Okay. If there are no other questions, would you reread the motion, Ms. Smith, and then call the vote?
Motion to reduce the line item from $25,000 to $18,250, which would cover $2,500 per person for flights, hotel, meals, and ground travel. We have a first and a second.
Clarification, so would you reread that? I think there was a little bit of a shift in the actual motion. So
Okay.
the motion should be that we're reducing that out-of-district travel line item from $25,000 to $18,250 total, which includes the $2,500 per board member
Per person.
plus, yes, per
Plus
person,
flights.
plus the $750 for ground
Oh,
transportation.
excuse me, plus, thank you.
Yes, just wanted to make sure that was clear.
So I wanted to clarify that I think it should read up to 2,500 per person for flights, hotels, and meals, and ground transportation. I wanted to be careful not to say that ground transportation could not exceed 750, because it also depends on where we are, the traffic, like how much it costs to get somewhere. So if everyone only has 2,500, but I know that everyone is not going to use 2,500, the ground transportation could vary, but the way we're budgeting it, it's not, in our minds, it's not to exceed 750. But we
Per
could,
person or total?
total.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is ground transportation could exceed 750, but we don't want to make the motion where we're super specific to 750, because then when we get to 750, who pays for ground?
You want to be specific. We're making a budget.
The budget specification is that the budget line item is 18,250. What I'm saying is that there needs to still be flexibility, that if we were to exceed 750 in transportation, that any leftover from board members that board members did not utilize could still, in that line item, be used to cover transportation. As long as the line item doesn't exceed 18,250, it would be fine. But every board member only has up to 2,500.
Yeah.
It goes back to the conversation when at the retreat I mentioned, our actuals for this year is less than 11,000, but every board member didn't go anywhere, but we still budgeted if every board member was to go somewhere. Does that make sense?
Because my question always then follow-up is then where's the difference? What happened to that difference?
Which is also a conversation we had. It was encumbered, and so then Leslie was going to follow up with the department to figure out how we unencumber those funds, because we had no intention of spending 16,000 between May 15th and June 30th. But however, our budget reflects that we did encumber those funds to spend them on something, which is not correct.
And I guess my question is always to you, Dr. Stubblefield, what happens to those dollars?
I will ask Brad or Tracy to come. I mean, they can better talk to that. Typically, sometimes special ed specifically goes over. Most of those dollars are still shifted there, and if there's anything left out of that, it goes to the contingency fund, but I don't want to misspeak.
Nope, you're absolutely correct. Typically, if there's anything left over in general fund, we do an increased transfer to special education, knowing that we're going to need more money next year, and it just gives us a little bit of a buffer.
20 million, gotcha. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. Any additional questions or discussion on the motion at hand? Are folks clear on what the motion is at hand? Want to make sure folks know what we're voting on. Okay. Hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Ms. Smith, and will you make sure we're tracking so we make these adjustments on the budget, please? Budget document. Thank you. Ms. Russell.
All right. I will make the motion to reduce line item other food costs to $2,500. My rationale is that I will remove all food expenditures for the board at retreats and board meetings. However, leave the remaining $2,500 for 2 listening and learning sessions for the community at $1,250 each. That is my rationale.
And that's a motion, you said?
Yep,
Did you make that motion? Okay.
I was
Sorry,
making a motion and giving my rationale.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
There is a motion on the floor. Is there a sec? There is a second. We'll open to questions and discussion.
My only question is, like today, we got 45 minutes between time from the first meeting to the second. I think there should be some exception to that we be provided a lunch or whatever when we're here from 1 to 7.
Yeah, that would be left up to you all in I don't know what direction or if any yeah.
No, I hear you, but in her motion, I assume that's what you were talking about.
Yes, that is what I'm talking about, because we just had a conversation about removing all expenditures that did not have anything to do with the community. And so that was the
Okay.
only way I could get there was to reduce the food costs that go to directly us.
Okay, but I didn't know, and I don't have that in front of me, that's a different line item. I'm just saying, I'm not saying every meal we have to eat, but when we have these certain circumstances, when we're here from 1 to 7 and we got a 45-minute break, you don't have time to run out and get something. So if, for those kind of situations, provide something. And it doesn't have to be filet mignon or steak or whatever, just something. That's all I'm saying.
I mean,
I
I
think,
hear you. I think where I would differ is on a day like today, I could have stopped and picked me up something on my way here, but on a day like Tuesday evenings at 5 o'clock, I'm coming directly
No,
from
I
work.
didn't ask for that. I just said, listen to me, and I'll say it again.
I hear what
I
you're
just
saying.
said for that one particular, when we end up in these kind of situations, at 5, I'm not looking for a minute. I eat before I come, or I wait until it's over with. But if we're here from 1 to 7, and you got a 45-minute break, there should be some exception to the rule.
45 minutes is longer than our staff have during the school day for a lunch break. So if we know we're having a meeting from 1 to 7, just like we expect our staff in their short 30-minute window, if you bring their lunch or figure out their lunch plan, I think in
Okay.
45 minutes,
I think
we
they
can
get
figure it
more
out.
than a 30-minute lunch break.
I don't
She's
think they do.
referring to teacher, like during the school day, those who are buildings, they have a 25-minute.
Yeah, I get that.
That's what, I think that's what she's referring to.
But this is a little different.
Yeah.
How is it any different? You knew you was coming here for 7 hours.
Thank you, Rachel. I knew, but I think we deserve that, just like, no, I'm not gonna go there. I'm just saying, I think we deserve something.
And I think we deserve a lot of things, but as you mentioned, we have to make cuts. And so I'm cutting the food from the board.
Okay, well-
That is my proposed suggestion.
Okay,
So-
no problem.
okay. So there was a motion and a second. Further questions or discussion on this item? Hearing none, I'll go ahead and ask. All right.
I'm just trying to make sure I'm on the same page and understanding. It's a
I
lot
think
going
that-
on right now.
The suggestion is to cut out all food for board meetings and retreats, except for just having the food for the 12:50, I think it is, for the listening and learning sessions, the 2 listening and learning sessions that are for the community. But other than that, no more feeding the board, no more snacks. I believe that's where the snacks come from, that are typically in the board library. So no more snacks, no more food, no more anything for the board. That's the motion.
And the snacks that will be purchased will be only for the committee.
Right.
I can't hear.
The snacks purchased will be only for the committees.
On the who?
The
Committees.
committees.
I'm
Okay.
old. I can't hear.
All right.
After we're at a board meeting, nobody should touch the snacks in that room. I'm just going by what you said. But we're not there to feed anybody. They should have brought their snacks from home.
voting.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're clear, because I'm going to take a picture when I see you walk up there. Get your hand off that
I
bag.
think moving forward, that's the thought, moving forward. If there's
Yeah.
already stuff that's purchased, help yourself, everybody. All right, we're going to go ahead, just because of the purpose of time, call the vote. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, no.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., no.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no.
Rachel Russell,
Reach Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion does not carry. Thank you, Board. Board, I know there are some other items that we want
Really, we
to.
need a break.
I know there's some other items. We're actually, for the purpose of the time, and I know Mr. Goheen has to, we're going to step into,
Need a break.
need a motion for, I need to find the right language here.
It includes.
Would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for consultation with our attorney pursuant to the exception for matters which would be deemed privileged in the attorney-client relationship under COMA to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones,
Mr. Pegram, Doug Clemens, and,
our folks from RSP.
yes, Rob Swartz and Alyssa, we'll get the names, yes.
Okay.
Alyssa.
Or
15, well, 30, but RSP won't be in there the entire time.
20, for 30 minutes, I'm sorry, going in at 3:10.
Yeah.
3:10. there a motion?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. This is for executive session. Okay.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
On the Brownlee page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Like, this feels very.
Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Moved in second. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right, thank you, Board. Okay, next, we do have our friends Rob and Jenna from RSP who are here to give a brief update to the Board. So we'll invite them up as they come up, and Board, if you have any questions, as they're going through their presentation, conversation, or at the end, they are here to answer as best they can. So thank you, Rob. Jenna, thanks for being with us this afternoon.
All right,
Welcome.
thank you for this time with you. Brief in the sense of a lot of this is rehash. So those tuning in, we've been working with you all for a little bit of time, so this slide helps them understand that we exclusively work with school districts. We have a process that we've been following, so we've had a committee, 3 board members are on it, and so this gives that visual of how we're moving our way through understanding what boundaries may look like as we start to anticipate some of these bond projects being completed. We also, back on May 25th, worked with the board on creating some boundary criteria. And so our top 3 areas were a feeder system, so trying to keep it complete. Making sure, number 2, that projected enrollments and building utilization aligns. And then third is transportation considerations, trying to make sure that we have a good situation with how kids get to school on whatever mode they get to school. So walking, bikes, cars, buses. Back on the 25th, we also established some process objectives and potential solutions as we work with the committee to derive what that may look like. And so again, we have some different challenges as we look at with the bond projects, buildings going offline, a new building. How do we start aligning things with the given known location of students, the location of our existing buildings, and some of our specialized programming ranging from Sumner Academy, our ROTC, our Diploma Plus, right? A lot of really cool things. In that committee process, we really started to understand that there's a lot of inefficiency in our system at each of the grade bands, but specifically at the high school and the elementary levels. And so this slide helps you understand as we work through your guiding principles that you gave us to work with on the committee, that there may be some other things that start to evolve out of this as we try to meet some of the objectives you've provided. The initial information to help you understand some of this is when we look at our existing system of students, this table, if I go down to the bottom columns of the totals, looking at our elementary, our middle school, our high school, and then what that total is. With the kids that we serve in the district, and as we look out to 2930 with the capacity that we have with our existing inventory, at the high school level, we're 72% efficient. At the middle school, we're 77%. At the elementary, we're 70%. So district-wide capacity, we're only using 72% of our spaces we identify it. It gets a little bit better when we factor in the bonding projects where we have some buildings that go offline, a new building comes online, right? So there's a little bit better efficiency when we look at this, but there's a lot of inefficiency. We've provided some information about where kids are located, so this is a heat map to get at where those kids are and how that starts to look at the development of our attendance zones with where the students reside. This is further broke out into each of our 4 houses or 4 high school zones and how all of our students feed into those 4 zones, so you get a sense specifically where that's at. You'll want to study this before we start to get to the public on some of this information. I'm going to hand off to Jenna as she explains briefly in each of these 4 zones, what does this start to mean? Where's this committee at with some of that conversation?
Hi, thank you, Board. So I'm going to go through a couple slides that break into each individual feeder. And so in this case, we're just focused on the schools that are in the Schlegel High feeder, and then illustrating how the enrollment at each level aligns with the capacity in that feeder. So for elementary perspective, Most of our buildings here are within that target capacity of 70 to 95% utilization, with an overall 83.6 utilization at the elementary level. For our middle school level, also at a range within our target capacity at an 88.7% utilization, but then having some underutilization challenges at the high school level. So opportunity to increase enrollment at Schlegel High. For the Harmon High School feeder, in this case, we have more underutilization challenges at the elementary and middle school level. So elementary, we are looking at a 67% capacity utilization using all of our facilities at the elementary level. For our middle school, we're looking at 58.8% utilization. So in both of the elementary and middle school levels, having some challenges with inefficiency in this feeder. In this case, for Harmon High School, we are within that target range, and so having an adequate utilization at the high school level. For the Washington High feeder, in this case, similar to the past feeder where we have some underutilization at the elementary level, overall looking at a 71% utilization of our elementary schools that feed Washington. And for our middle school, we're looking at a slightly lower 64.3% utilization at the middle school level. So some opportunity to increase our efficiency at elementary and middle school level within the Washington feeder. Washington High School by itself is within that healthy range at an 82% utilization 5 years out. And then your last feeder, the Wyandotte High feeder, this does have the most students in the district. It's where your hottest student density is at. And so overall, looking at this visual at the elementary perspective, we do have some underutilization. And so looking at district-wide in our elementary schools that feed Wyandotte High, a 66.4% utilization. Between our middle schools in this feeder, we actually have sort of an imbalance where there's some overcapacity expected at Carl Bruce Middle, and then some opportunity to increase enrollment at Central. So maybe some adjustments between those two schools to better balance enrollment. And then at our Wyandotte High School, we're within that healthy range of capacity, but it is our highest enrolled high school. And so more so opportunity for some larger scope adjustments to balance enrollment between our different high schools by reducing enrollment at Wyandotte High. And so the committee has used all of these visuals in their discussion. We've also integrated some of the facility condition assessment information that was provided when you guys went through the facility master plan with Hollis and Miller. And so looking at what is the current condition of the different buildings and how was that assessed by the architects. And then leading into just some overall challenges and solutions. So I'll let Rob wrap it up.
All right, so really 2 slides left. So where we are with the committee, I'll go a little bit off what you see up there, is some of the inefficiencies that we're looking at, we need to align with some of the objectives that you have in your strategic plan, specific to the programs and where you want to see some programs maybe reintroduced or expanded in how we look at the way space is utilized. So that's something that's an ongoing conversation with whatever we look at in the physical environment. What are the students going to be experiencing in those buildings? So we have different challenges that are related to our budgets, to student resources, and some of the staffing challenges as we move and do the elements that are in the bond project. How do we start to think about the way staff is reallocated? And then what's the sustainability of whatever we're doing to be able to have the nimbleness if, let's say, enrollment was to increase, do we still have the capacity in each of these high school zones to absorb that potential outlook, even though the outlook looks like it's stable to slightly declining? This kind of led us into really where we're leaving you with. There's a lot more opportunities. So when we're thinking about the reshuffling of the use of our buildings, retirement of buildings, the building of new buildings, we have to make sure that we are in alignments with, again, each of these four areas of our board realities, our student resources, our staffing challenges, and our future sustainability. And I just wanted to leave you with that from where the committee is they know that if we don't deliver something that's going to be able to hit all of these elements and deliver what the community voted on with the bond referendum, that's not going to do anyone any sort of good, right? So I just wanted to leave you with that it's a lot of stuff that is happening, and giving you then the opportunity, if there's any other feedback you want to provide to us, that we can then interject back into the committee. With that, I yield back to the board.
Thank you so much, Rob and Jenna. Ms. Russell, as Boundary Chair, anything you'd like to add, or Ms. Brownlee-Page as a member of Boundary Committee, and then open the floor for questions from the board?
I don't have anything to add. I appreciate all of those folks who have been a part of this committee and the great conversations that have been had, as well as the recaps. I think those have been very helpful for folks who, in our first two meetings, either missed one or the other, and I think it's allowed us to really have some fruitful conversations. And so look forward to the path ahead, and just wanted to provide this update to the board to make sure that everyone kind of is on the journey together, knowing that we'll get a full report at the end. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Ms. Brownlee-Page?
And thank you for what you've done. And just make sure we get the word out to get everybody who's going to be affected by this. They need to be a part of this process. And then we hear from them as well and explain it, because we got to get people to buy into it if we're going to do it.
Yeah, and I think, Ms. Page, that's a great, I can make sure that I follow up with Dr. Stubblefield to make sure that our communications as the school year starts, to put some save the dates out for our public forum, and we'll have more detailed information as we get closer, but at least people can go ahead and start to save the dates for those 2 dates. I won't say them now because I don't remember them off the top of my head, but we'll make sure to start sharing it as soon as school's back.
Any other questions or discussion, board?
I want to thank them as well. I think they do an excellent job in the presentation, all what you've done. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Mylan. Well, thank you both so much, and we'll look forward to hearing from you again at a board meeting. Thank you. Board, before we break, we did just regarding the building needs assessments, as you see on the agenda, would entertain a motion that the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education acknowledges receipt and review of the building needs assessments. The board confirms that these assessments have been taken into consideration while making budget decisions, as has been submitted and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield. There is a motion to do so.
We're just acknowledging. that
This is
we
acknowledging
received
that we have received, yes, that we received and have it to review as we're going through the budget.
And it's required, you do it annually, it's required by legislation. Doesn't mean that you agree with it or anything, just acknowledging you received it, you reviewed it, and you individually and collectively have taken that into consideration when making budget decisions.
Is there a motion to do so?
Is this our collective response part? I guess I'm
Yes.
missing.
It's in there, your collective response, the individual building responses, and then your collective responses to the required questions.
So it's the principals for April,
Yes. Yes.
and then
I will make the motion that we acknowledge and receipt and review of the building needs assessments, and that we've confirmed that these assessments have been taken into consideration when as we make budget decisions. Is there a second?
Second.
Been seconded. We'll open for questions or discussion. Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Do you have a question? Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Milam Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. With that, Board, we will take a brief recess and reconvene at 5 PM for the remainder of our agenda. Thank you.
does it have all that? Well, I'm asking.
That's the new agenda.
Oh, one second. Okay, here we go, regular. There's the library.
And I'll go ahead and do. Okay. I'll just go ahead and pull it. And then we'll do. We're already in there. Go right into all of them.
It's on there. Yeah. Oh, here it is, here it is.
You got it, okay.
Where? Am I not looking?
Letter L.
L, go back up, L. A-L.
It's live.
Okay. Leslie, are we? Okay. All right, board, thank you all. We are going to go ahead and reconvene into open session. Thank you for allowing us to take a quick break. Welcome back, everybody, and all to my board colleagues, Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff and guests that are both in person and/or online. Welcome. Thanks for joining us. Again, as a reminder, we do have interpretation available. If anyone needs an interpreter in a different language that is here present, please let us know, and we will make sure to have someone with to help support with language interpretation this evening. So again, thank you for joining us. Mr. Goheen is en route, so he should be joining us shortly. So we'll jump right in where we left off. Board would entertain a motion to adjourn to, and I always get this incorrect, Dr. Nguyen, help me out, to sine die?
Correct.
All right. Is there a motion to adjourn to sine die?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
The win, yes.
Thank you.
Am I in charge? Okay, the first item I'm scrolling, is the election of the board president. In the past years, do we have paper for them to write? So you will write down your nomination, and then Ms. Smith will read them orally, and we will, if we have a majority, we'll elect it. If not, we'll do it again. So the first one that you'll be doing is the election of board president.
Thank you.
The first one is president.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm moving too fast. Actually, you went to the penalty box. No, crazy. I got it. I got something for y'all to tackle.
The penalty.
It's a hockey call before you go to the penalty box.
Okay.
Okay, we have Robert Marlin Jr. He has voted for Randy Lopez. We have Dr. Nguyen, who has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Wanda Brownlee Page has voted for herself. Randy Lopez has voted for himself. Rachel Russell has voted for Randy Lopez. And Yolanda Clark has voted for Randy Lopez. So the new board president will be Randy Lopez.
Okay, the next position that you will vote on using the same process is the election of the board vice president.
For vice president, we have Wanda Brownlee Page, who has voted for herself. We have Dr. Nguyen, who has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. We have Robert Mylan Jr., who has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Randy Lopez has voted for Rachel Russell. Rachel Russell has voted for herself. And Yolanda Clark has voted for Rachel Russell. So we have a tie. So we will vote again. Rachel Russell has voted for herself. Dr. Nguyen has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Robert Mylan Jr. has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Wanda Brownlee Page has voted for herself. Randy Lopez has voted for Rachel Russell. And Yolanda Clark has voted for Rachel Russell, so we have another tie.
So, yeah, I think It's either 5 times and then you can stay and bring it back to a future meeting. I mean, that's up to you, but we would say we'll go through it, 5 times in case.
5 times you get back to what?
You can do it, it stays as is, like the current position. Ms. Russell will stay in the position, and then you can vote again at a future meeting.
Bylaws say? Greg, no, Greg's not here at the 5 times. I'm just asking.
Well, I think previously, I don't know if that's what the bylaws said, but in previous times, you don't, you can determine when it comes back, but we can check with Greg. So you can, but it would stay. It wouldn't change until there was a majority vote. So, yeah. And you can determine, like, once you have the 7th member, that you'll vote again in January. If, you might have to vote again in January anyway, but you could vote again in January. Okay, so because we don't have enough for one more, this will be our last time if it's a tie.
Yes, well, we're not gonna do it another time. Are we?
No, we won't. This is the last time.
Yolanda. Ms. Clark.
Dr. Wynn did hers, like,
Mine's torn.
No, well, this will be the last one. If it stays the same, maybe somebody turns it on.
We are not voting another time.
We're voting this time. Did you
Give
vote?
it back to me. I thought we weren't voting another
No,
time.
I was like, this will be the last.
this would be the last.
Sorry.
You
But
might,
you'd already done it.
you might 2 halves. I thought we weren't doing it another time.
No, you'd already, can see that.
No, this would be the
time.
last time. I'm sorry. This is,
So I gave it to you like you gave it to me.
There's my 2 halves.
there's Greg. He can pay by the bell.
Just mentioned his name.
Mm-hmm, and then he appeared. Speak of the devil.
I just mentioned your name.
I'm out of snacks.
Have a seat, Councilman.
Dr. Nguyen has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Yolanda Clark has voted for Rachel Russell. Robert Mylan Jr., has voted for Wanda Brownlee Page. Wanda Brownlee Page has voted for herself. Randy Lopez has voted for Rachel Russell. Okay, so there's somebody. Hold on just a second.
Did you do Randy?
So hold on just a second. So we have another tie. This is our third round.
Greg, we've done 3 rounds for vice president, and they've been tied. We don't have any, we can make more copies for the ballot, or can they just decide it's gonna stay until a future date, or how does that work?
I mean, the vote continues until you have 4 votes in favor. At some point, you can, to get on with the rest of the business for the meeting, you can table it and have the person maintain an office until you have an additional vote, but it shouldn't continue to infinity, but, you know, you guys keep voting until you have
I
somebody
think,
breaks the tie, but again, if you can't reach that at tonight's meeting, then ultimately it does get tabled to the next meeting.
okay, so it is tabled until the next meeting.
Oh, it is tabled.
Yes, if that's, if
Is
you guys,
that-
that's where everybody's at.
I believe that's where.
Next regular meeting, not any special meeting before that or
I think it should
budget
be the
meeting,
next
right?
regular
Okay.
meeting.
Okay.
Make sure everybody's here for it and that kind of thing.
To the next meeting.
Greg, I do have a question. So they'll keep doing that, let's say it's, just so everyone understands, if it stays 3-3, they'll do that until, every meeting until we have a seventh member?
Yeah, well, yeah, and then eventually you'd have a seventh member, but if you, I mean, the vote could change, obviously, too.
Correct. If it doesn't change, we'll just, but they can do it just once at every meeting if it remains the same.
You can vote as many times as the board wants to vote.
Okay. Thank you. I will turn it over to Board President Lopez.
Okay, thank you. So we will table that the election of Board Vice President to the regularly scheduled August 12th meeting where we will vote again. Next on the agenda, Board item C is to approve the board committee assignments. This is based on expressed desire to be on certain committees or to continue on committees. Board, I will just call out one of the committee assignments, the academic committee. Dr. Nguyen will serve in an interim basis through the remainder of the calendar year on that committee, along with Mr. Mylan and Ms. Brownlee-Page, until the seventh member of the board joins us in January of 2026, at which time we will then look at the committee assignments again, depending on that new board member, or that seventh board member, whatever that seventh board member is, and then we can reevaluate committee assignments at that time, depending on board members' desires to serve on certain committees. So just wanted to make sure that folks were aware and saw that one particular designation for interim status there. If there are no questions, would entertain a motion to approve the committee assignments for 2025, 2026.
So move.
Motion, is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or further discussion?
It looks like you have an opening on the naming committee as well.
Yes, if there are currently two board members on the naming committee. If there's desire for a third board member, we could leave it open. We don't have to have three, or if someone is interested in being on that committee, absolutely let us know. We can either do that now or down the road as well, and or have that seventh board member potentially fill that spot as well.
I don't mind being on it.
What's that?
I don't mind being on
You're already.
You're already on that, Mr. Mylan.
it. Excuse me.
You get to be on it
Haven't
twice.
been, we haven't had an assignment. We will soon.
Okay.
I just wanted to note that on this document, the boundary committee dates are incorrect. They read 2026 and they should read 2025. So if we can just make that update, those are correct.
Thank you. Can we reflect that in the minutes, Ms. Smith, and make sure that that gets, and as part of the motion, the motion is to approve the corrected. Any other questions or discussion? Hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee-Page,
Wanda Brownlee-Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you, board. Next agenda item, and excuse me, I just want to make sure. So this is the KESB appointments. We have this correct. I believe the appointments, I don't see them on the actual resolution. The appointments for KESB and Ms. Smith remind me, I believe we have Dr. Nguyen to serve on the board, KESB board, and then I will be serving
Legislative.
legislative committee. I believe those are the two committees that, for KESB appointments. Is that correct, Ms. Smith?
Yes.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve those two appointments for KASB?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, next, and Greg, I just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. Next on item E, there is the resolution that has all of the appointments that are following the board items, F, G, H, and so forth. The resolution is on the agenda board for, hopefully you had a chance to review it, but I would ask, and Mr. Goheen, is this appropriate to ask to approve the resolution that would then approve all of those appointments?
F through V.
F through
V.
F through V as in
Yeah.
Victor.
No, I'm just reviewing it real quick. Yes, that would be the appropriate way to do it.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the 2025-2026 Board of Education resolution as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or further discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Hold on just a second. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Board, is there a motion to return from sine die and return to the open public session?
So move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Ms. Smith?
Just one moment. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Board, just a quick moment of privilege. I do just want to say I appreciate your confidence and to continue to work with all of you and as a collective board to do what's best and what's right for our school district. I appreciate the collaborative work that we all do together as we work together to do what's best for our students, always staying student-centered, student-focused, and we've got a lot of work ahead of us. There are challenging times, and I just appreciate each one of your dedication, commitment, passion to make sure that we are serving our students first, doing what's best for them, their families, our district, and our community. So thank you, and I hope to continue to work together to do what's best for our district. And I'll just say, especially in a time like this, when all of our families are under attack in many different ways, and in a district that is 60% plus Hispanic, Latino, many of whom are mixed status or different status, I really appreciate your confidence, and I felt it necessary to say that to all of our families, regardless of who you are, that we love you, we care for you, we're here for you as a board, as a school district, and to our families who feel anxiety and concern, we're here for you, and we love you, and we care for you, and we're going to do our best to make sure that you are welcomed and that you are included and that you feel safe in our school district. And para mis familias que hablan español, quiero agradecerles por su confianza y por todo lo que hacen para nuestra comunidad, y estamos aquí para apoyarlos, para decirles que los amamos y que son incluidos, son parte de nuestro distrito, y siempre vamos a pelear por ustedes en un momento donde nos están atacando. Quiero que sepan que estamos aquí, estoy aquí para apoyarlos en cada momento. Y para mi familia, mis papás, mi papá que está en el cielo que me está viendo, te amo, gracias por todo lo que has hecho por mí. Y mis papás los amo, mi mamá que siempre está en mi esquina y me apoya. Hago esto por ustedes y por todo lo que me han dado. Y gracias a ustedes, mi familia y mi comunidad. Los amo y siempre estaremos aquí. And we'll always be here to fight and protect each one of our students. So thank you, Board, for your continued work to make sure that everyone is welcome, included, and that we are fighting for the best for all of our students and families. Thank you. Board, next on our agenda, before we get to consent agenda, Board, I'm going to pull item, I have it here, the HR report from the consent agenda. Ms. Smith, which item is that?
Hold on just a second.
Item L, thank you. We're going to pull item L from the consent agenda. Are there any other items, Board, on the consent agenda? If not, would entertain a motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved under COMA, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones.
That's it.
And that's it, going in at 5:35 for 3 minutes, for 5 minutes, going in at 5:35, going in for 5 minutes. Is there a motion to do so?
Moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions? Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. can you hear me, Ms. Smith?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
All right, thank you, board. Motion to recess to executive session for, to discuss matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy interests of all parties involved in Tacoma, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, going in at 5:45 for 5 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
right, motion to return to open session, please. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Mr. Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss matters of non-elected personnel to protect the privacy of all parties involved under coma, to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, going in at 5:51 for 3 minutes.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. return to open session, please. Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Excuse me, Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss and review information pursuant to the exception for preliminary discussion of the acquisition of real property under the Kansas Open Meetings Act to include Dr. Stubblefield, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Jones, Doug Clemens, and Dr. Pegram. Thank you for 15 minutes going in at 5:58. Your motion?
Rachel, so moved.
Moved by Ms. Russell, seconded by Ms. Clark. Smith?
Yolanda Clark. Randy. Excuse
Randy
me.
Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr. Wanda Brownlee Page. Rachel Russell. Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rach Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
All right, motion to approve item L, the HR report.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rach Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Board, motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion? Hearing none. Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rach Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
That's one yes.
Thank you.
Carries. Thank you, Board. Next on our agenda, item 7, thank you for your patience, folks, is our community comment section. Again, everyone is welcome to give comment at a board meeting. Please just make sure you sign up with Ms. Smith or the board clerk the Monday before the board meeting at noon, no later than noon. You'll have 3 minutes. As you come to the microphone, please make sure that you state your name, and then your time will start. You have 3 minutes to address the board. Just as a reminder, per policy, we do not engage in a conversation, but there will be leadership, a member of our leadership team who will follow up with you if there's any follow-up action items, and then the board will be notified of any additional conversation or any action steps afterwards. So you'll have 3 minutes to speak after you give your name. At 30 seconds, I'll give you a motion or let you know that you have about 30 seconds, and then at 3 minutes, I'll tell you your time's up. I'll let you finish your statement, but then we'll have to continue to move on. So with that, I would invite Miss Larita Burton to the podium.
Hello.
Good evening.
So, I'm Larita Burton. I am a parent of 2 high schoolers at Wyandotte High School. And I have been in communication with Mr. Sam Simmons about the things that I feel are needed at our high school. So he has instructed me to speak with the new principal. So I will be waiting for that. What I would like to bring to the board is that our coaching staff at our school and some of the other coaches at some of the other schools in the district for high school have complained or voiced to me about how they get paid. And most of them are getting paid after the season. Now, with the economy the way that it is, most people get paid every 2 weeks. So I had also spoke with Mr. Simmons about that as well. And so I had asked him to reach out to each of the coaches and have like a district-wide meeting to go over how they are getting paid. I guess from years ago, it was set up that way and nobody has ever looked into or changed. But they are not happy with that. And the problem that I have is that sometimes when, you know, our coaches are not happy with how they are being paid, then it reflects in how they are coaching our students for, you know, the athletic department. So Wyandotte, of course, we didn't do really good last year in football, but, you know, that comes with fundamentals and a whole lot of other stuff that we're, you know, trying to work out. But I would just like to bring that to the board to see if something can be done or looked into the way that the coaching staff gets paid across the board for middle school and high school. And then I wanted to talk about the snacking situation. I heard earlier when you had the meeting about the budget earlier today. I guess that part for this next season coming up or next year coming up has been cut. And so we are looking for ways and resources and how we can get snacks available for our students for after practices and after their games.
30
And
seconds.
I and another parent have been, providing those, water and/or protein bars and stuff like that. So I was just wondering if you guys had like any resources that we, as the parents, could reach out to call. Like, I went up to Sam's to ask them, and they gave me a sheet of paper to fill out. And sometimes you have to have tax ID numbers and stuff like that. So I don't know which way to go with that. And that's all. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much, Ms. Burton. We'll make sure someone follows up with you after tonight's meeting. Thank you. Next, I would invite Ms. Chevette Dinkins to the podium.
Good evening, board members and superintendent. My name is Chevette Dinkins, and I'm a candidate for USD 500 Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education at large. I am here tonight to advocate on behalf of our students and families. There are several core concerns that must be addressed in regards to graduation. Family members are being denied access to their students' milestone moments. Students are not being valued when it comes to ticketing policies. Communication is inconsistent, unclear, and creating a disconnect between building level expectations and district directives. Leadership appears to be uncoordinated as demonstrated during the June 2025 school board meeting. We are becoming disconnected from our community. This is not just a policy issue, but a service failure to the very people we are meant to serve. We pride ourselves on diversity in Wyandotte County. We know that our families are large and that our students should be able to choose which member of their village can attend their graduation. Isn't this what we're all working for, graduation? I would like to thank Dr. Lucero, Board President Randy Lopez, Board Vice President Rachel Russell, for taking the time to engage with me about these issues, along with the board approving additional seats for Wyandotte High School tonight. I also want to thank the community members who have submitted complaints, shared frustrations, and demanded better on behalf of their students. In closing, I would like to share a statement submitted by an undocumented parent with 3 children, one that has graduated, one in elementary school, and one that is currently a junior. We didn't come this far to be told that there's not enough room for our people. If we say that we support our students and families, then that means all family members, especially the ones who've had to fight the hardest to be here. This is who we serve, and this is why these decisions matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dinkins, and again, a member of our leadership team will reach out and follow up with you as well. Next, I'd invite Mr. Dom DeRosa to the podium.
Good evening, members of the KCKPS Board of Education. My name is Dom DeRosa, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I come to be before you with questions and concerns regarding the upcoming vote on whether or not to exceed the revenue neutral rate, as well as the potential consequences of recent federal executive actions that may result in the loss of approximately $45 million in education funding for the state of Kansas. I really do appreciate the board's conversations earlier today in the meetings, and I want to mention that as we looked at the information that we've received on the social media from KCKPS, that we roughly could lose $4.9 million due to federal government freezes. We have lots of broad questions and concerns about the financial risk of not exceeding the revenue neutral rate. Our community still lacks clear, concrete answers about how these losses will impact our classrooms, our students, our staff. What specific services, jobs, opportunities for our students will the board have to eliminate to make the balanced budget? There are numerous questions and concerns still laying out there. In the face of this volatile financial landscape, transparency is essential. Our families, our educators, our taxpayers deserve precise accounting of what is at stake, not just in dollars and cents, but in the real educational experiences and opportunities lost to our children. The human cost is not exceeding the revenue neutral. I urge the board to vote in favor of exceeding the revenue neutral rate. This is not just a matter of fiscal policy, It's a decision about whether this board will continue to support the people and programs that keep our schools strong. The board must not let short-term pressures undercut the long-term successes for our students and the future of public education in KCK. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your ongoing commitment to our students and families of this community.
Thank you, Mr. DeRosa. Member of our team, again, will reach out for any follow-up. Would call up Mr. Scott Harding. Okay. Harding, and he's not online. Thank you. Okay, again, board has been discussed. Members of the leadership team will reach out to everyone who's given comment today to make sure that there's any follow-up, and we will follow up with the board on any action items or discussion that we need to be aware of. So, thank you. Next, board, is item B under the agenda. Please. Sorry, this new system getting to the right place, the right item. Okay. It is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the A133 and A201 agreement with Hollis and Miller Architects as submitted by Mr. Wayne Carell, Director of Purchasing, and is recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion on this item? Hearing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Marlon Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next board on our item is item 8B, is the classified and administration salary increase that is being proposed. Recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve a 3% increase to the salary pool for classified staff with an approximate cost of $2,212,500 and a 3% increase to the salary pool for administrative staff with an approximate cost of $645,000 as submitted by Tracy Kaiser and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any questions or discussion on this item?
Mr.
Dr. Nguyen?
Lopez?
Yes, Dr. Nguyen?
I'd like to offer a substitute motion to divide those two topics.
Okay. Mr. Goheen, how do we?
Need a second for the substitute motion.
Second.
There is a motion and a second for a substitute motion. Dr. Nguyen, what is your substitute motion?
To divide the two topics.
Divide the two, okay. Any questions
Discuss
on
them
this?
separately.
Okay. Any questions or comments? So we'll vote on the substitute motion first. Ms. Smith?
And we're voting to say, yes, we're okay to have a substitute motion? I just want
Yeah, so,
Right.
yes, that's correct.
Voting-
You're voting on whether to accept the substitute motion.
Got you. Thank you. I need that clarity.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, no.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. So the original motion then is negated. Is that correct? Ms.?
You now have a substitute motion, so basically you just take one at a time.
Okay.
So it'd be classified first.
Okay. Dr. Nguyen?
I'd like to move to accept the classified salary increase.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any questions or discussion?
Did you say to approve?
Correct.
Okay.
Hearing none. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Okay, I'm not understanding what the motion before I vote.
Voting 3% increase
For classified.
Classified.
Classified staff, yes.
thank you, Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes, Dr. Nguyen, yes.
You call me.
I'm sorry, Ms. Page. Wanda
Okay,
Brown-
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, yes, and Dr. Nguyen, yes. Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next item is the administrator salary. Is there a motion to accept the administrative salary, or administrative increase at 3% to the pool.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion?
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
I believe this 3% for administrative salary increase is not sustainable. And I believe that while it may be warranted for certain situations, I believe it could have been phased in. Unlike giving people such large increases, and then this is on top of the increased salaries, so I will not be able to support this.
Can I offer a point of clarification? Because when you said it could be phased in, for the general public, for them to know what you're referring to. So this is for all administrators, so that includes everyone from coordinators to myself. So what you're referring to when you're saying it should be phased in was the reorganization at the cabinet
Correct.
level.
You-
So I'm just clarifying so that people know that, you know, that is the component you're referring to. And so that there's no confusion about that. Yeah, so in general, I just wanted to clarify what you're referring to as far as individuals being, after we evaluated the job that they were doing and what that looks like, similar to what we did, we classify staff and others along the way. Yes, phasing it in, that could have been a possibility, but the other thing is we have fair labor laws, and if people are doing that job, if someone came in as a new person and we place similar to all of our stuff, we value experience in years of education, and the ranges are based off of that. So if I go from a principal to an executive director, there is a difference in pay. But I just wanted to clarify those points.
And since you did bring this up, I will further clarify my comments, that in the reorganization, there were increases without providing the board new job descriptions or evaluations, and that when then you give, if you did provide it to us, I'll stand corrected. Did you provide it to us?
So what we discussed previously, no, I didn't, but I said moving forward, I didn't know that was an expectation because this
Can I
was not
finish
the
now?
first time that I did a reorg and the board did not get that. So moving forward, I said that the board would get that. Evaluations, that's a personnel issue, so I wouldn't, unless the board requested those, we would discuss that in executive
Because board
session.
policy says we can request.
And they were never requested.
Yes, so I was trying to explain my explanation, but as you ask for more explanation, I'm willing to, that then those increases, I do believe without violating any labor law, and we can sure contact the Department of Labor, that when you give people $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 increases, there is a way not to violate labor laws and phase that in. That's what I was addressing. And so because of that, then this is a 3% on top of that. And that's why I said I cannot support it. I think it's not sustainable. I don't think it is. We were talking about the human factor that, again, Kansas district people have 3 assessments on their tax statements. And with these types of increases, for a body of administrators who, once again, it may only be $25, $30 million out of a $500 million budget, that it is, it could have been, in my opinion, handled differently, in a more equitable way to the taxpayer, and that's why I'm saying my justification for not supporting it and why I asked to separate.
And I completely respect that. I just want to say an executive director is an executive director, so I could not tell one executive director, this is the salary range that we pay executive directors, but we're not going to pay you that, because those are like
there's
positions.
salary ranges, just like you
And
said,
so
there's
when
a
you
range.
look at the range, the new executive directors are on the low end of, at the lowest end of
I'm
the
saying there's
range.
different ways to do things.
Right, so they are at the
Chose
very.
not to, and that's why I'm not supporting.
So
No, and
I'm
so,
gonna, Ms.
I just
Russell,
don't want misinformation to be out there. We had
Am
a
I
different.
giving misinformation?
No, we had a difference of how it could have been done.
That's all I
There
said.
were expectations that were shared after the fact, knowing that, so I reorged my very first year, that information was not requested. I reorged my second year, that information was not requested. This expectation was made clear this year, and I just said I will honor that, and moving forward, if ever again that there's a reorganization, I would provide the information.
Am I sitting, I mean, I'm not sitting here giving wrong
No,
information.
no,
So-
you, misinformation, the misinformation
misinformation.
is that there is an assumption that there will be a 3% increase on top of that. The language says to the pool, because that does not mean that everyone will, A, get in 3% increase, or if they'll get an increase at all. We have to look at the, where you are placed, similar to what we do with our classified staff as well as our teaching staff. So we are just recommending to make sure that we're treating each group equitably. And some people get a 3% if they get additional education and those kind of things, those things happen. So that's why it says to a pool, the pool, and not a 3% increase for administrators.
I would like to call for the vote, please.
Excuse me.
I'm,
That's why I said I'm explaining why I would support the classified, and I'm just explaining to you why I'm not supporting administrative, and I'm not giving misinformation.
and I would like to call for
Misinformation
the
is
vote.
that they're getting a 3% increase. That's not, it says to the pool. That does not mean everybody is getting a 3% increase. So that's what I'm trying to clarify.
I'm gonna go ahead and just jump in again. So the vote has been called for, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. So we are going to move forward with the vote. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
And just, can you repeat what we're
We vote no.
voting for again, please?
The administrative salary increase.
Okay. Yolanda Clark?
There was a question on what the motion is. The motion is to approve a 3% increase to the pool for administrators.
You're good.
It's a 3% increase to the pool for administrators.
Cool, so how's that different, this motion we just voted on?
Right, so it's,
For the classified.
that was for classified. This one,
Clarity, how's that different?
so this one is for administrators. It's a 3% increase to the pool of administrators. Not everyone necessarily gets a 3% increase. They will look and evaluate and phase in what that increase is for those administrators, depending on where they are in the scale for the
Okay, so it's
pay.
not a blanket, it's just not for every
Correct.
administrator that's in a position to say, okay, you're going to get 3% increase.
Correct. It's not a blanket 3% for everyone.
Very much for explanation.
And I just want to clarify, based off of your clarification, the 3% increase for classified was also the pool. The words, the language says 3%
Right here,
increase
Salary pool.
salary pool.
Yes,
But I'm saying it's both for administrators, it goes to the pool, and for classified, it goes to the pool. Neither of the motions that have been presented tonight were specifically to everyone across either classification of the staff.
Correct.
It's all to the pool. So just because you're classified doesn't mean you're getting 3%. Just because you're admin doesn't mean you're getting 3%. There is an equity and an equation that is involved in determining whether or not you get it. So.
Thanks for that clarity.
Correct.
Exactly what Dr.
And for
Stubblefield
purpose
was
of
saying.
clarity, where is the list of those who get it?
The list of whom?
Pool, people who get the pool, who are in the pool?
I can provide it for you. I don't have it because typically we haven't provided it.
The question has been called. So Ms. Smith, roll call on the motion.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Randy
Thank you.
Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Molly Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, no.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, no.
Motion carries. Thank you. Next board, agenda item 9. This is new business. These items are here just for information purposes tonight. No action being requested. But if there are any questions, we can certainly entertain any questions on any of these items, A, B, or C. These will come back before you at a future date for potential approval or action if it is the will of the board. Again, tonight, just information only. If you have questions, I would ask that you submit those to Dr. Stubblefield on any of these items. But are there any items on item A? Or questions on item A, I'm sorry. Ms. Russell.
Question, and it doesn't have to be answered. I am a little conflicted about what this is replacing or what this is substituting. And so if we could just get clarity around what the custom dashboards are intended for their use and those types of things. This is a very vague proposal, I guess, unless I'm missing something in one of these documents. So that is just my request.
And we'll get it to you. Dr. Fernandez Flores is not here this evening, but one of the things, I think it was in end of the week, we are not going to continue with DigiCoach, so this is to build out the walkthrough system and the public dashboards and those kinds of things. And this company will help us build it out so that as we exit the contract with DigiCoach, which is over $100,000, this is a one-time fee to build it in, to do it ourselves. But I can get more detail from
I
that.
think I remember reading the DigiCoach. I just don't remember that being,
Connected
this
it.
being said that this was the thing that's doing it. So, thank you.
Any additional questions on item A? Okay. How about item B, the speech language pathology service agreement? Any questions there at this time? Please submit those to Dr. Stubblefield. Item C, the adult meal price increase for school year 25-26. Okay.
So there
Russell.
was a question I asked in board prep, and there was not any additional information provided.
So I think Mr. Martin may have some. The question was, why is it increasing if they had a surplus and they actually do not have a surplus? He'll explain, like, budget-wise, why it looks, I assume that's what you, because Ruchi said she was going to give you the information. Okay.
Mr. Martin.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
And of course, I'm not as fluent in nutritional service as Ms. Ruchi, but she did provide me some information to provide with you in response to that. So we actually do not have a surplus when it comes to nutritional service. Of course, there was a surplus that they did have during the time when COVID was in place, because one of the major factors that led to that surplus was that salary of staff was paid by ESSER. So those are one of the things that are not covered right now any longer with that. And of course, as we all know, the costs increase when it comes to supplies and then also with labor as well, if that answers your question.
So I guess what my follow-up to that question, and I think I would like this in written form, is I would like to see from the year, because on the budget line that I'm looking at, and I think it says, I'm struggling because I can't use board docs the way I want to. I think there's just a follow-up of where those dollars are going then, because they're not in the regular, like, purchasing of food. It's in a line item that's separate, and that line item hasn't decreased. But I will figure it out and come back to it.
Okay.
And then I will follow up with what it is that I'm trying to figure out.
Yes, please do, and we'll get
I'm
those answers
sorry
to
about
you
that.
all. No, you're fine.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
Any additional questions on this item? Again, as you do have questions, please submit those, Dr. Stubblefield.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Okay. Seeing none, we have reached item 10. We will hear from Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Stubblefield.
Okay, quickly, I'll just share a couple of things. We want to make our parents and community aware. We have sent out information on the recent decision from the U.S. Department of Education that may affect our schools. A nationwide freeze on federal education funding has been announced, putting nearly $7 billion on hold, including money that was already approved for the school year. For Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, that could mean a potential amount of $4 million in funding. Much of this money is already committed to staff salaries, student services, so the freeze creates real challenges. If we continue, we may have to shift other district funds to fill the gap, which could impact other important programs. Please visit our website for more details. I did have the privilege last week with USA Kansas to represent the state of Kansas, along with Dr. Dane from Piper, to go to DC with several other educators to advocate and talk to staffers and in DC, and we'll continue to advocate for the money to be not frozen. And if you didn't know, July is Disability Pride Month. This is a time to recognize the history, achievements, and experience with people who have been identified with disabilities. We, in our district, value the human diversity and just wanted to take a moment to recognize that. We did wrap up our second day of Administrative Summit today with all of our administrators, and so we were happy to welcome them all back. I also wanted just to remind everyone that our school's convocation will be held on August 7th at Homefield KC. It'll start at 9 a.m., and we hope that each of you can come, board members. And we want to say it's countdown to school registration, which will begin tomorrow, July 16th. Parents and guardians can begin registering their children for school. All students, both new and returning, need to register for the school every year. New students must complete full online registration. There's information on our website, and we also will have remote registration opportunities. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. I'll be brief. Welcome back to all administrators, everyone who's coming back, and soon to all of our students and families. Exciting time of the year again. Lots of events going on, so please pay attention to the calendar of what's happening. Back to school fairs, immunization fairs, all kinds of things. So make sure you're paying attention, board members. I'm sure I'll see you out in community doing something really great and positive, so can't wait for all the great things happening in our community. Lastly, I just do want to give a shout out. Last night I attended the Hispanic Development Fund celebration for all of their scholarship recipients. It was great to see they have over 500 scholarship recipients this year, almost $1 million in scholarships that they awarded. Great to see it. And I got to meet, my family has a scholarship in honor of my parents through them, and we award scholarships to 5 students. And I got to meet one student. I just want to give her a shout out, Wendy. She's an amazing student. She's a pre-med student, doing some great things, has a great story and background, graduate of KCKPS, graduate of Sumner 3 years ago. And so congratulations to Wendy on all your accomplishments, and to all of our students doing great things out in the community. It was an honor to be there to celebrate all of our students. So thank you. With that, I'll open up to the rest of the board. Brownlee Page.
Thank you. This year, we've lost a lot of our former employees. Mrs. Cynthia Carruthers was a nurse at the current Carl B. Bruce when it was Northwest. Her father-in-law, Bertram Carruthers, who Hawthorne is named after, Bertram Carruthers Jr. is her husband, who's a dermatologist. We lost Alvin Fant, who was a security guard for the district. We also lost Stacy Brown, who was the director over instructional coaches. She was in our district for a while, and then she was in the Kansas City, Missouri. We also lost Daryl Amon, or it's Amon, or
Emmons.
Emmons, okay, yeah, who was the vocal music teacher at Sligo. They really put our program on the map, along with Mr. Mays, who left us and went to Missouri. And you would also have to give Leon Brady credit too, because the 3 of them really, in terms of our music department, turned things around, brought a lot of notoriety. And I'm quite sure there are others. That's all I know. But for those that we do know, we want to definitely let their family know that we appreciate everything they did for the district.
Ms. Clark.
It tags on to what Ms. Brownlee Page said. We also lost Marva Shaw, who spent over 30 years here in this district. She's been retired for quite some time. However, I've known her all of my life, so definitely an amazing person, and our thoughts and prayers go to their families.
Thank you. Additional board comments? Okay. Hearing none. Thank you, board. I know it was a long day, a lot to go through today. Appreciate your time, patience, and commitment. With that, we will stand adjourned until our next meeting on August 1st.
Thank you.
Look at you.
60 seconds to spare.
Project coming on that.